Anti-shrimp mode! Oh, hi. I am, I have a new model. Hello. um, yeah, I'm also 2D. So I have a Christmas outfit and I'm 2D. This is just a test run. I'm gonna be honest with you. I am laggy as shit. So, here we go. So yeah. Ymir, I'm hiding you for a second. So yeah, look, I'm straight up Christmased out. So, if anybody bitches that I don't have any Christmas spirit, fuck you. Here it is. As I mentioned before, for some reason calibrating this damn thing is near impossible, but here it is. Uh, but yeah, I'm finally within the 2D realm. I think I like to call myself one of the cool kids now because I am here. Also, because of how big this 2D model is with the Christmas outfit, I shrunk myself so you can actually see the game. So you can actually see the game. So there you go. Um, in other news, I can rank up. Alright, Amir, you can come back. Come back. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Ah, perfect. Yo, new outfit? It is! I am Christmased out. I am Christmas. Also, I'm having the same problem as for some reason, I like to think the capture software for the 2D models is racist. Because for some reason, I am permanently squinting, and I'm like, homie, just because I'm Asian, that doesn't mean I'm always sleepy. it's it's a thing that I think I need to deal with forever because I'm like, come on, man. Come on. Like, I'm trying to calibrate to have it normal, but for some reason, it just thinks my eyes are always squinting. Racist. Like, you know what? Just Asian problems. just, just Asian problems. So it's fine. It is fine. But yes, Merry Quimis. I finally have an actual Christmas outfit rather than just pretending. So, um, if the model was moving slow, it's because my computer is dying. I don't have my new computer yet. I've been putting that on hold because, oh my god, there's just so much has been happening. Okay, I am not gonna lie, so much has been happening. I do not have time to put that together. But next time I stream, it should be fine. And I should be able to also tell the program to stop making me squint. Racist programs, I swear to God. Merry Knishmas, hell yeah. But, other than that, how are you, everybody? Welcome, welcome. Also for some reason the original chat isn't working, so I'm using the pretty one now. So like a lot of things just decided to break last minute.
If you know what I mean. I think I know.
A lot of things decided to break today, so it's fine. It's fine. It is what it is. But good news, everyone. I have a mastery rank up. Oh my god, I could be rank 19 now. You bet I'm gonna go ahead and do this. You're back to breeding in Power World? You know, I was gonna say you are a breeding master, but I don't think that's a really good thing to say. So I'm gonna leave it like that. Okay.
Stay undetected while you melee strike all the orbs to free the prisoner. Once free, escort them to the safe zone.
Can I just glaive my way through? Hold on, is this...
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
What was that noise? What was that noise? It must have been the wind. Yeah, let me just, Oh dear. Oh, I've been detected. Oh, I guess he didn't die instantly? Okay, well, it kind of works. You raw dogged it with parkour velocity? Nah, it's fine. For some reason, it works.
Okay. Who has who by the tail here?
Okay, so I can't explode the glaive. Everything else is fine.
Hello there.
Okay. What is detecting me? Who is detecting me? Oh, I sure hope it's not the maggots actually causing the detection. That would be kind of funny, though. Look, Mom said to just use melee. She didn't say anything about... What is detecting me?
Most disappointing. Only return when you are ready for this challenge.
Who is detecting me? There's literally no one around. Alright, fine, whatever. You need to yeet harder, less noise, ignore mere sounds that's in their heads. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it might... You know what? It may be the maggots. You know what? Let me try one more time, and then if it really is the maggots, then I'll just go to, like, Zorus or literally any other weapon. It is the maggots. There was a maggot up there. Okay. Okay, now I understand. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it is it is the little guys that it's being left behind. So that's good to know. Can you not spawn these? No, I think that's just how the path assist works. Okay. That or I have to work around them. How far can I eat this? Incredibly far. Okay, but not far enough. Yeah, it's the maggots. It's the maggots. Oh, the maggots are absolutely getting me. Alright. Well, this one's super easy then. If I can actually just get away with the glaive, I just don't need maggots. Hey Val, how you doing? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, I know. I'm somewhat 2D. My computer is chugging, but I am somewhat 2D for sure.
L is for the you look at me.
Oh, why am I here? It's such a habit to do. So who sent me a message?
No, I should stop singing.
Okay. Mercy, you are oddly obsessed with this copy and paste, homie. But thank you for the scuddler. Do they wander around? Hold on. Let me see if they do. I don't know if they actually wander around. Do you wander around? Let me just... Oh, you do wander around. Oh, thank God. You know what? Your home will be here because it's oddly fitting. It doesn't matter anyways. They roam around anyways. We just... Perfection. There it is! Look at the little guy. He's kind of cute. It's kind of cute. Oh, I forgot to launch the TTS. That's why. My bad. I forgot to actually launch that program. Look, man. When you're a VTuber, there's like 50 fucking programs you have to launch before actually pressing go live. It's bound. I'm bound to forget one of them. There's like 50 fucking programs I have to launch. All of them is gonna be forgotten eventually. If only I can just press go live sometimes. But I don't actually have an owl model for the 2D model yet. So I'm just gonna be standing here by myself for a little bit. So the owl's gonna become like a ghost. So the owl's just becoming a ghost. So it's totally fine. Imagine forgetting to boot up Mix It Up would never. Imagine forgetting to launch a streamer bot. Or the TTS. Literally anything.
To free the prisoner. Once free, escort them to the safe zone.
Monsters of us all. But especially you guys.
I'm trying to see like how far I can go. Perfection. Okay. Does the Zorus have less reach than the Pathicist? Huh.
One more for me.
Alright, there's that, there's that. Okay. Am I being too careful? Yes. But it ain't my problem. As long as they're not actually seeing me, I don't give a shit.
Cha-ching! 10 points.
I really do like cheese. Cheese makes everything delicious. Cute outfit, by the way. Thank you. Hold on. Yep, there he is. I was gonna say, I know there's one guy walking around here.
Ooh, not your day, dude. Ugh.
Now, come on. There's only one guy left. If you fuck this up. Okay, cool. Perfect.
Performance. This test is now complete.
There you go. This is the perfection. See? Super easy if there's no maggots bothering me. So that's awesome. Aw, let's go. And there you go. God, MR19? Nice. I'm getting there.
Do I regret destroying my only atomic?
But yes, I did notice that the Glaive Prime has been vaulted because I have it. I just need to, I just need to, you know, build it. It's getting there though. It's getting there. It's just so much. I mean, because I got the Glaive Prime and then the Pathosis came out, which was a pretty good percentage. Like 53%. So I'm like, okay, sure, I'll get that. Yeah, it is. I am working on it, to say the least. I am indeed working on it. Also, is there anybody who's cool enough? I can even purchase it. Do you have a Frost Prime blueprint? I have 3 of the pieces. His main one is just not. I don't have that one yet. 60% Patho this week? It's not 60% because I just bought that one. I can't buy the other path. I can't buy a Pathosis. I already bought the Pathosis. You can only get one at a time. So it's that one. Yeah, it's my first one, so I can't get 50%. However, I did manage to get 60% Coda base assist. So that's actually really cool. So I'm really happy about that. So my Coda base assist is now 60, so it's maxed out. So, puggies. So I'm really happy about that one for sure. Akicore, when did you get it? With blood, sweat, and tears, and like 2 days, like a day and a half-ish ago. Because I just finally decided to say, let me stop being lazy. Let me stop being lazy. There's so many people saying that the AcuCore is really good. Here's my... Oh, you guys can see my builds down below anyways. I'm pretty sure I have the thing. So, like, this is how the AcuCore is built. It is not the best build, but I adore the secondary fortifier. Fortifier. So... Don't at me on that one. I just like the fortifier, okay? It's fine. With the new, I know, I want the new arcanes, but nobody wants to run the fucking Descendia with me, because that's how you get them. Nobody's cool. Everyone's mean. They're like, no, I already ran it. It's like, no, fuck you. I need to run it too. So you have a Frost Prime BP prop? Oh, nice. Yeah, you guys are down to run it? Awesome. Yeah, because I have like... So, okay. So as you guys know, I have my baby Tenno, okay? I have my baby Tenno, and he's trying his best to unlock Steel Path as fast as possible. Then I have other friends who are just like, I don't want to run Descendia. I'm like, why? And they're like, because I already ran it this week. I'm like, there's no such thing as a week limit. They're so mean. So mean. Absolutely so mean. Also, I need to craft this real quick. Hold on. There you go. There we go. Anyways. Did you get a Tauron strike, by the way? I can't. I don't. I cannot have any. I didn't get a Tauron strike. You need to run to EDA, ETA, you think? I need to run either those. I definitely need to run Netrocells. I didn't do any Netrocells this week. Though I didn't run any last week too because I was just so swamped by other things. So it's fine. Skipping a few is not a big deal.
Is there an evil Amir? Is it Rima? Amir backwards?
I mean, the cool thing is I already ran my Archon hunt. It's really not as hard as I thought. Like, I thought these would be a lot more difficult. It's really not that bad. It's really not that bad. I thought it was going to be a lot more difficult than what it was. And here I thought I was going to, like, fucking die or something.
We did last night. Never mind. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I'm finally building Varuna after all this time. Finally. Yeah, I finally have Wolf Mum. So, after several hundred years, I'm finally building her. Yeah, somatic fibers. Time to use that new. Oh, I forgot she has a new deluxe skin. You wanted to apologize for Friday? Got too much wasted? Nah, you're good, homie. You're so good. They made the mistake of thinking that's just because of the ward is only once a week that Descendia doesn't have loot you actually need. Oh, I guess that's true. You're currently building Ember Prime, Hydroid, Loki, and Mesa Prime. Yo! Nice, Karami! You don't like the Verona Deluxe? Man, nobody asked for your opinion. I'm so kidding. I mean, I wouldn't know how it looked like. I don't have Varuna. She's just kind of finally being built. For the chestplate challenge? Dude, speaking of chestplates, I am kind of sad, like legitimately sad, that I don't have enough. Oh yeah, I was running stuff with my baby Tenno. I am so sad that I don't have enough Harrow chassis for the one Honoria. However the fuck you pronounce it. I'm so sad that I don't have enough for it.
Machine is truly a thing of beauty.
You have 4 Varunas? Okay, I have a genuine question. Genuine. This is a genuine question. What's the point of having multiple copies of one Warframe? Genuinely. What is the point of having multiple copies of one Warframe if you can buy slots or like loadout slots? No point at all. Do some builds require different Archon shards? But Archon shards, at least in my opinion, are completely optional. If your build needs Archon shards for it to like go off, then you're either doing a meme build or it's not a good build. I'm gonna be straight up honest. If your build requires Archon shards for it to be good, then either you're memeing or it wasn't very good in the first place. Yeah, that's a hot take right there. Some min-maxing builds really require them. What is there to min-max? Once you kind of become strong, you don't really need to min-max anything other than bragging rights. Because it's not like there's raids or dungeons or anything. You just have ETA and EDA. And now, I'm not saying that content is easy or anything. Now, don't get me wrong. But, like, once you have a strong build, what's the point? But big numbers? Okay, you know what? That's fair. You know what? Fuck me, you're right. Big numbers go burr. That's all I have to say. Big numbers go burr. That's all that, you know what? You win. You honestly win. You know what? Unironically, sometimes you just want big numbers go bigger. Yeah, you're right. Legitimately. Why do some missions take like 10 minutes to complete? Steel Path is such a pain to unlock. Yeah. I can't wait for you to go into the Kuva Fortress. I hate the Kuva Fortress. And Lua. Lua for the spy missions and Kuva Fortress because I hate that tile set. Just in general. I just don't like the tile set. It's so claustrophobic and it's so easy to get lost if you don't know what you're looking at.
A question to which only soldiers know the answer. It comes to me just before.
I want to become stronger to fucking
You.
spite my hate that bullied. My hates that bully because of my diabetes. Fair enough. Fuck the Kuvan Fortress tile set? Yeah. No one, I think no one likes the Kuva Fortress tile set. It is just unfun.
We have nothing to discuss.
Oh yeah, I forgot you still hate me. Don't worry. Soon.
I pray these eyes will one day
Did
look
no
upon
one
you
ever
again.
dust in here? You should see the chandeliers.
Marie, you can technically fly. Yeah, so, I haven't unlocked any of these yet. Lamau, I don't even have Naramon unlocked in general. So yeah, so don't ask me about any of this, because I have no idea. Because I have no idea. And these, I haven't even done any of these yet, so yeah, it's just, it's alright. You can mod them, so so this is how I assume it works. I apologize, I didn't really do that much research on this, and I try to avoid spoilers as much as possible, but even to the point where I kind of ignored some of the mechanics that people were explaining. So as far as I know, you buy an ultimate, and then that's where the mods and the arcanes comes in. Because if you just go into your normal focus school, it's still the same as usual.
So long then.
So it's like, oh, okay. So I'm just gonna be slowly waiting on that until further notice. The relic along could be to mod your operator? Okay, so good thing that I got it pretty accurately, because yeah, I was very not confused, but I was wondering why the fuck when I went over here. I'm like, cool, let me do this. And it's the same, and I was like, oh. Then I realized what I had to do, so I'm like, oh, okay, never mind. Also, some of y'all will be proud of me, some of y'all will be like, oh my god. Bah. I started soloing Eidolons. I'm not very fast at it. It takes me like 10 to 13 minutes per Eidolon. Because 1, I suck at it. 2, I'm still learning it. 3, I hate it. And 4, sometimes I forget that I need to use the lures and it runs off to like another part of the map. I'm like, oh man, and I have to look for it. So it starts being a little gooby. But it's fine, it's fine. I just wanted to see how it was solo. Oh my goodness. How dare you, fellow nerdbot. Thank you though. Thank you, thank you. Now you have the now I do have the relic. Oh my god, thank you so much, Corpo. Thank you, thank you. Oh, that is so cute, Stray. Alright, hold on. I like how Stray is helping me deck out my living quarters. I like how that, like, Stray is just helping me deck out my living quarters. Oh, I need to put this, like, in a real plant. Let me just... Can I shove this in here? Vaguely? Ugh. How does this work? Okay, you know what? That works well. Okay, cool. Let me just rotate it. Oh dear. That looks terrible. Okay, well, I need to buy a real planter. Okay, note to self, buy a real planter. Okay, actually, that's not that bad anymore. Okay, cool. So, yeah, now I can get that ult. Oh no, which ultimate should I get, though? Okay, well, I'm going back to the where's Amir? Oh, he's down there. Okay. Let me go back there and let's have an internal debate about which one to get. Madurai? Honestly, I was thinking about Madurai too. Not gonna lie. Which school do you use the most, I guess? Xenaruk and Madurai. Oh my gosh, another mailbox. What is this? Here, I also found this. Oh my god, there's a patches of these? Okay, yeah, I definitely need to get like a thank you. Definitely need to get a flower planter. Yes. Xenaruk book is very underpowered. Oh, is it? Oh, but thematically I like books. Younger sister! How dare. But also thank you. Great outfit, thank you!
Careful with that tail, devil. Careful with that tail, devil. Oh, I may tie a knot in it.
And if you wake with a shaven head, Marie, you will know why.
I feel like tying a knot in someone's tail is a lot more painful than shaving a head. I'm just saying, the bone, there's bones in tails.
Ah, hello? Hello?
I hate how cute she is, god damn it. I hate how cute she is. Okay, let's see. Only one is one to start, then you can grind for the others? Yeah. Some are utility, okay. I kind of wish it... You know what? I think I'm just gonna go with the Madurai, since that's the one that I use the most. I don't even
The
have...
strange woman I have seen, the Lotus, she unnerves me and makes my heart ache. I do not understand why.
You'll get used to it, Marie. You'll get used to it, Marie, don't worry. Because, same. I thought Unaru or whatever the fuck it's called. This one. Cause I thought this is the defensive school, right? And then this one's like the support school. Yeah, this is the support school.
Do you know if the caviar have any favorite treats? I would like to make them something.
Hammer is a pickaxe for orbs and ammo. Oh god. So technically, yes, it is a support. Okay, well, I'm gonna get the bow because I'm just always in the Madurai school anyways. What does it even do? I wish it gives a bit of a more explanation of what they do. Because, like... This is very lore, but it doesn't do any... It doesn't tell me anything. Big dick damage. So that's all it is big dick damage? I mean, I guess that makes sense. It is... It is...
Take your time.
The
I'm
Madurai?
just enjoying your company.
And Madurai is all about big dick damage. Team strength bumps. Rain explosive arrows that make your casts do up to 50% more damage. Okay. Well. Time for big dick damage. That's all I have to say. Time to do that. Let's go.
It is strange to me how much the devil has taken to Bird 3.
Exactly,
Should we be
Val.
concerned?
Exactly.
One must fly like the arrow to find the bow of Madurai. Also, the scriptures tell us. Lion, mon frère, le néant est dangereux.
What? Oh. Excuse me.
Hara, mighty bow! From the half-real spaces, the twilight backcloth of reality, I call you forth!
Il revient sain et sauf. And with Sarah, the bow of Madurai. Thank you, Soul, for these blessings.
Val, oh no,
We
she's
did with
French. They're
conviction,
both
soldier of
French.
soul.
Except she's a lot more she speaks a lot
We should
more of it, and I'm
organize
just like,
a
excuse
log
me,
and
what?
a caviar for solstice celebrations, Leon. I think it would be quite wonderful, no?
You are right. I believe
I
they
cannot
might
tell
enjoy it.
who's more insufferably dull, Leon. You or Albrecht's butler. Best be careful, or they might mistake you for that dusty furniture you've collected.
Do not mistake my decision to withhold worlds for my inability to use them. It is called restraint. Perhaps you should look into it.
Man, they're all so sassy together. Sheesh. Mom, the Protoss are fighting again. Seriously, they're always fighting.
Please, be gone.
Oh, okay. I forgot. We're not friends yet. Okay. Yeah.
I am so disappointed in how far this future has fallen. So superstitious. Almost worse than these two relics of the past.
Hold still, Devil. I will make you a relic yet.
I'm sure they will get along in due time. I'm sure they will get along in good time. When? I don't know. But eventually. Oh, guys. I forgot to show off one thing that this new model can do that makes me laugh every time. Okay. Okay. This... Let me just... I have fish. I can become Shy Lily and have fish. So, if I ever go fishing, just know this is how I'm gonna look with fish. I'm just saying. Why? Because why not? Fish's chat? Oh my god. So yeah. Just letting you know. I can have fish. Those 3-4 fish? Indeed. Which is honestly the funny part. Okay, I'll shrink back down. I don't think y'all want to see me too much. Just... There you go. There you go. There you go. Can I go bald? No. I wish I could. I'll have the official credits and everything by next week. But yeah, no, unless I need to play around with the model more, but I'm thinking eventually one day probably I'll be able to go bald. Garmana, just pass out, homie. But also pass out near the bathroom, so in case you throw up, you have a very good place to aim. Trust me. Oh, do you not do it here? Oh, am I dumb? How do you... Oh, oops. Am I supposed to upgrade the stuff in there? Oh, it's Arsenal. Oh. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm so used to... Okay. Anyways, what is this? I know I have no arcanes, so it's perfectly fine. I lied, I have an arcane. Ammo efficiency, okay. Status chance for all Warframe weapons for each enemy hit with Tauron Strike up to 3. Oh, this one's nice. Okay, I like that one. Void Sling strips 30% of enemy overguard, and then... Oh, man, I like that one too. The biggest fish trafficker and the biggest fish black market soul system? Knack, don't call me out like that, man. I have business. I have business to attend to. Like, you can't prove anything just because of fish, okay? How dare? People say Zenaruk is weak, but it looks fine to me. I'm gonna get Zenaruk and regardless. I'm gonna try to unlock all of them. Obviously, I think everybody's gonna be doing that. So, like, it just kind of depends on how fast I want to do it. Alright, well, at least there's Ennies. So that's cool. No, wrong one. Do I have... Well, I have nothing specific. Hold on, I'm just throwing money to the wind right now. Hold on. Oh. I thought for some reason, like, you actually have limitations, but it looks like it's okay. Increases maximum void sling distance by 5%, 10% void sling radius for each mod from a unique school. Tauron strike initial charge, 2% for each. Oh, okay. Jump higher. And the white ones are just by themselves. Yeah, okay. So that's pretty much what I figured as... Just by reading these, that's what I kind of figured. Yeah. If you have different schools. So different schools meaning different schools of mods equipped? Or different schools unlocked? That's a question I want to know. Mods equipped. Okay. I see. I understand. I understand what I must do now. Kind of. So, like... void mode efficiency, movement speed, but derp. Sure. So kind of something like that, huh? Okay. Operator armor? Huh. Okay. I didn't realize that. You know what? Temporarily, I'll just equip this guy, just because I could, and sure. Okay. I thought it actually mattered, but I guess not. I'm just throwing shit together, man. I can change its appearance? Oh. Oh. Really not much of a difference, huh? Sure, I'll keep it like that. Of course, this is Warframe. True. Very, very true, actually. Okay. Cool. That gives secondary heat damage with your Dante. Yes, it works with his book now. Oh, it does. Oh, when you word it like that. Just gonna... Just gonna... I only have the one, so it's fine. So it ain't gonna do shit. But... here you go. It's fine. It's fine. I'll be working on it anyways. It's fine. You know what? I think it would even work well with my Ocucore on Volt as well. So it's fine. It's totally fine. One is better than none? True. Okay.
Is there an evil Amir? Is it Rima? Amir backwards?
Oh yeah, I keep getting messages.
I'll find him.
Alright, Stray, let's see. Another one! Okay, yeah, I definitely need to get another, what do you call it? A thing now. Dante has a glyph? Huh. Thank you. I didn't even know my boy has a glyph. Though I guess of course he does. Knowing what you know now, is there anything you would tell your baby, you will tell baby 10OU? Yeah, concentrate on getting weapons more than warframes. I was so focused on getting warframes before any weapons that even though...
I thought you might call, so I ate like 10 bowls of chocolate frosted super
Welcome,
Yo, thank you for the
Gafshu and Raiders.
raid!
I'm Alcra, your friendly clockwork owl. Enjoy your stay, M.
Yo, thank you for the raid! Hello, hello, welcome everybody! Hello! I hope you had a good- oh man, playing Dark Souls? Yo! I hope you had a good time playing Dark Souls! Thank you so much! Hello everybody. My name is Vinrash. I'm also in a festive mood today. Hello, I forgot how to wave with this character model, so just pretend I'm waving. But hello everybody, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good time playing Dark Souls, which is honestly... Let me zoom in a little bit. Which is honestly one of my favorite games of all time. So I hope you're having a good time on that one. And oh my gosh, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Looking cozy here? Heck yeah. She fell a lot. I mean, like, same. Look, man, especially when you reach a very specific place where very specific archers are shooting at you while you're running on top of when you're running on top of basically rooftops and railings. Yeah, I fell a lot over there too. I don't know how far you are, but I'm not spoiling it. I just know, I'll just let you know that there's archers in a very specific spot that is mean. Nope, not that place? Oh, okay, cool. Oh, she's in the DLC. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I also completely understand that too. Ooh, a challenge run? Oh, that's so cool. Not your first time. Chat forced me to do a challenge to run with the worst weapon for you. That's fun. Good luck. Good luck. I am so bad. Even though I love Souls-like games, I'm so bad at it. So, you know what? Good luck. Since you're doing a challenge, good luck. I believe in you. Nice. You're a Dex? Oh, well, you got this. I'm a strength or int. So, I kind of get it. So it's fine. Faith or nothing, Dex equals Zex. Oh my god. I can't believe it. It's fine. It's fine. But anyways, thank you for the raid. Genuinely, thank you. But if you need a raid and run, like if you need to go and eat, sleep, or whatever you need to do, feel free to do so. You don't have to hang around. I completely understand that you must be tired and or hungry and or sleepy. So, but thank you again. Thank you for the raid. And thank you for the lurk, if you are. I appreciate it. How's Warframe going? I was busy kind of like working on the new stuff. As well as getting bombarded with gifts. How dare. For the wolf inside. We all have 2 wolves inside of us. Hell yeah. Thank you. We all have 2 wolves inside of us. It's up to you to decide which one you wanted to be dominant. Best stat is pure endurance and determination. That is for sure. Endurance and determination and stubbornness. Stubbornness is the biggest one, and you cannot correct me. You cannot convince me otherwise. Oh yeah, by the way, I bought a bed. I don't know where I'm gonna put the bed, but oh yeah, you can't put the stuff in here, huh? Can I? How does it look if I just slap it on right there? Let's see. Let's see. I have no idea.
I'll never let a battery die in this place.
Oh, okay, actually doesn't look that bad. Okay, cool. I completely forgot you can't actually deck out the what do you call it? The arsenal area. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you for the suggestion. That actually makes it real nice. We just give Kalimos the bed? No. I don't like Kalimos. She can stay there for as long as she wants. Especially since I want her to move. You know, after completing the entirety of the Hex quest, I kind of wish she just went to a corner or something and not just here. Go away. You can pet Kalimos now? Oh, I know. I already got the honora for it. Nope, that's what I did not mean the mods. Yeah, I know, you can pet it. I already got the thing for her. For it. And my cat does that too. The problem is my cat does that too. But yeah.
Hello, Warframe. With benefits.
But yeah, I already got the thing for it, and I'm like, that's cool. So it's fine. Ooh. We have 2 wolves inside of us, and they are kissing. Val, you need to go to bed. Bed is something that you must start doing. Especially with that broken-ass English I just said. So, yeah. Okay. Alright. Oh. Oh, there's an ad break happening. Oh, okay. Cool. Sleep is for the week? And it's still the weekend? First of all, clever way to use the week. The word week, because, of course, you're a punny guy.
And frontier,
Second of all, how dare you?
but with guns. Oh, that could work.
There are 2 wolves inside of you. One watches and the other one watches. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Wait a minute. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. It's fine. It's totally fine. Why not both, though? I mean, technically they're both... Technically they're both already watching, so I don't know, man. I don't know. It's Shimpai emotes. It's wild, right? Wild. The fact that... so jealous. If I upload anything with the color red, Twitch has to quote unquote approve of the emote. But if anyone else does something like that, suddenly it's okay. It's fine though, it's fine. There are 2 wolves inside you, they are kissing, you are gay. You know what? I am happy. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I'm happy. Do not the wolves. Oh no. Alright. Alright. Genuinely though, let's go ahead and get started.
Right here, and over there, and there, and even
Actually,
up there.
not mods, you dingus. Not mods, you dingle dangus. Let me see. Maybe you can do some quick relic cracking? I do have enough to boost these up a little bit. So you know what? Who's down for some relic cracking? Because I still need that frost blueprint, gosh dang it. I'm in, and there's somebody immediately. Oh, hold on. I think there's people in the queue from like the last time, and I forgot to clear out the and I forgot to clear out the queue. And I forgot to clear out the queue. Hold on. Hold on. Let me clear the queue. Oh my god, I'm getting raided. Hello!
Welcome, Keon Desu and Raiders. I'm Alcra, your friendly mechanical owl. Let's have fun. M.
Y'all just joined? Clearly. Hello, everybody! Welcome, Raiders! Hello, hello! How are you? I hope you had a good time. Thank you, thank you. How was Warframe? What you been up to? I hope you've been, I hope you had some good luck if you were relic cracking, that is for sure. We came for more Warframe and let's go. How you doing, Cheon? I hope I pronounced your name correctly, Cheon. If not, feel free to yell at me. I will completely understand. Like an hour ago? Oh, God, that was already an hour ago? I yap a lot. I'm so sorry. Not with the Wisp chassis, though? Oh. Hold on, maybe I have some Wisp chassis that I can just give you? Hold on, because you're looking for Wisp Prime, right? One hour of wolf yapping, you shush. Oh. No, I'm sorry. I have everything else Wisp except for the actual thing. I guess I ran out of that. I'm so sorry. I thought it was gonna be cool, but not this time. But not this time. I have a random Wisp chassis though. Too bad I can't trade it because it's just the normal one.
I am a Warframe. Or is a Warframe me?
Lots of things to do. Indeed, we literally got everything but the chassis. That's so unfortunate. You know what? I get it. Considering that I've been trying to get Frost Prime. I have everything else but his main blueprint, but at least it's meant to be that way. At least that's my copium. Because you know it's the rarest one. So my copium is that it's understandable that I haven't gotten that one yet. Hopefully.
Helmet is very good at
Okay.
chicks, by the way.
Oh yeah, I forgot to disable the cool glasses. Because I forgot to add in cool... You know what? I'll manually add in cool glasses. Hold on. I have cool glasses, but I forgot to add them in as a redeem. Hold on. Hold on. I got glasses. Hold on. I forgot to enable the glasses. I can even put a mustache if I really wanted to. There. I forgot to enable the glass. I forgot to switch over to the to these for the for the cool glasses. So there you go. There you go. Now there's glasses. You're welcome. Are they too big for my face? Yes. Do I care? A little bit actually, but it's fine. It's fine. I can't. Ah, fuck it. Oh, I'm moving myself now. Oh my god. Eh. Nah, that's close enough. Okay. They're a little bit 2D. I mean, I am a 2D model now. I'm not 3D anymore. I have joined in the ranks of being in a 2D space. Okay. Also, hey Nox. Haven't been here for a while. Congrats on the new model. Thank you. All right, nerds. Let's go ahead and get ready. So, whoever wants to join in the relic cracking, exclamation point join. That's all I have to say. And let's get started on this shit. Tora, calm the fuck down. You're already in there. You can't join multiple times. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like half of you are already in here. I'm gonna be honest with you. Can't believe it. Alright, let us go. Garmata, are you even able to play? You're drunk as fuck, homie. I'm calling rigged? Okay, if Tora gets into the first one, I'm gonna laugh. Okay, Flay got in. Alright, still rigged. They just joined the queue, but it's fine. Alright, Flay, what is your IGN? I hope it's the same. I hope it's the same. If it's not, then just let me know what it is. Because I'm just gonna be trying to open this pack of gum. How do I... Where's the tab for me to open this pack of gum? Is it right here? Oh, it's right here. My butt is built for this? Bro, flex and... that's fair. Oh, Jesus Christ. Your IGN is nowhere near the same. Okay, hold on. I appreciate you adding the whole thing, though. Cool. Alright, let's see. Who else is next? Alright, Tora, you're in. At least he wasn't the first one. At least he wasn't the first. Oh my god. Alright. We have one more spot. But disclaimer, because Tora's in here, we will not be running, what do you call it? Steel Path. He is our baby Tenno, and he cannot run Steel Path at the moment. Mainly because he doesn't have it unlocked. So, there's that disclaimer there. If you prefer running in Steel Path, well, let me know, and so I can tell you too bad. Okay. And Jose, you win. Okay. Now, you can play whatever you want. I really don't care what Warframe you use. Just try not to focus me specifically. Like, you know, doing the bullshit. If you are, if that's what you can, here, let me delete this glasses now. There you go. If you start focusing me on like very specific skills, like Limbo, for example, yeah, I'm kicking you from the party immediately.
Hydration is important.
Anti-shrimp mode!
Alright, let's go with, hey look, Survivor. Survivor. That's an old thing. Survival. Alright, Frost. I need you to show up, you little bitch. Please. Please. Imagine using Limbo. I know, right? Imagine. Was there a weapon that I wanted to use? Nah, I'll just use this. It's fine. I'll use this setup.
Mission, attrition. The longer you hold out,
Also, if any of y'all don't like the fact that I play as Volt because you don't like the speed, too fucking bad.
Void fishers.
That's all I have to say. Too fucking bad. Deal with it. Scrubs. Also, let us free.
Our foes have compromised the habitation systems. How predictable. Stand by, relatable.
Enemy at front. You found a fisher. Look out for reactant.
I don't think we let any of them actually become corrupted before before we killed them. That is a my bad situation. That's fine.
The reactant is working on your relic. Find more.
Oh. Hold on. I know how to get there.
He shoots. He scores.
No. Oh. Cool. Curse them with more speed. Look, I'm just saying. If you don't like speed, that's your problem, not mine. Oh gosh, where did everybody go? Oh, everybody's just here. It's just everybody's just trying to chase all the enemies. That's fair, that's fair.
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is open.
Nobody says hello anymore.
Now come back. Come on. Oh, that's what H does. Huh. Till I learn.
And so, war makes monsters of us all. But especially you guys.
Yeah, I had no idea if you press H, you just change the angle. Oh, that feels weird. Let me put it back.
Looks like you could use a bit of life support.
Your guy's gonna get sick with this much scythe speed with Volt? Hell yeah. I may call myself a Dante main, but I am very much addicted to Volt speed. Oh, there I go.
How can you even go near that book?
Oh, you found the book? Oh, let's go.
Here we go again.
Man, one of y'all is wild. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Are you one of those folks who likes to run around and not camp in a spot? Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's not dead. You have to kill them. The smell of it. Understand?
Yeah, I'm one of those boring people who likes to stay in one room when I'm playing with other people. By myself, I'm like running around like an idiot.
Sending another capsule? These don't grow on trees, you know.
But if you want to run around like an idiot, that's fine. I'm not discriminating. You do you. You play the game.
So, I guess he did.
fish just caught. You keep fighting, and I'll keep finding. So when you are ready to return, the sanctum is waiting for you.
No hard feelings, bad guy.
Oh, I got so excited because I just read Prime Chassis Blueprint. Or just Prime and Blueprint, and I saw the gold. I got real excited real quick. Never mind. Never mind. I brought up my own hopes for nothing. Nothing. I hope everything here is corrupted. I don't think anything here was corrupted. Oops. God damn it. Okay, I'll wait until all of those are corrupted. The reason why I'm yelling at myself about the corruption, I have a really bad habit to just be like, oh, enemies are here, and not really wait for like the mechanics of whatever the fuck I'm doing to actually happen. Is there a necromech just hanging out, trying to be a bully? Yeah, there is. Hello. There is a trinity. I didn't realize our baby Tenno was being a trinity because I'm just like, man, nothing has shields or armor. It's so nice. Yo, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you.
Mission to find out what's inside.
Also, confession, I think I like the Codopathicist more than my Zorus. I know, that's blasphemous considering. But the fact that it explodes in like viroprocs and everything. I do have Electric as the element. I actually bought it originally as Impact, as you know, because it was originally an Impact this week. But I already had an Elemental Vice, so I was like, fuck it, let me just fully upgrade it and just go and just be so happy about it. Oh, I am so sorry. It's just rebuilding a wall, and I'm just rude enough to just... Ugh. Those necromites, I swear.
Is en route to you, even as we speak. I look forward to the ensuing mayhem.
You know, I should really use my Necromech, considering that I should really level up that thing. Because I think it's only level 12. I completely ignored my necromech this whole time. Can I summon it? No. I have to go with it to the poots. Oh, it's right there. Yeah. It's okay, Armada, or Garmada. Just rest up, Hobie. Also, just be careful what you're saying, dude. Alcohol tends to, you know, take over a few things. Ash. Sure. You got pizza? I want pizza. Good thing you left the queue. The foods here. Yo, give me pizza. Pizza sounds nice. Nah, I'm kidding. I have other. I have food that I can make. It's fine. But pizza sounds good. But it's fine. Okay. Oh, can you not jump higher? What am I throwing? That's what I'm saying, dog. What am I throwing? Oh, I'm super slowed. Oh dear. Okay, hold on. I need movement, and I don't know why. I'm just suddenly so slow. Oh, I hate it. Oops. You see an entire squad vanish in a flash of light, and the last thing you hear is, "I want pizza," before everything fades to black. You're just having a casual conversation, meanwhile this is the worst. You know what? I love that perspective. It's great. I want pizza as you're dying.
Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Woo! I'm cooking on a Sunday night before Christmas. True!
One more for me.
Especially with that Christmas dinner going on. You know what I cook for? You know what I cook for, or try to cook for Christmas every year? I don't. Hopefully, some of y'all will know what this is. It's paella, Spanish paella specifically. So just get like a shit ton of seafood, get some good old rice going. Make sure you mix that up with some tomatoes and all that other stuff. Ah, it's so good. I don't make it super fancy. It's it's the most homemade thing version of paella you can ever ask for. But it is indeed delicious. Excuse me, Amir. Hey Envy, how you doing? Long time no see. Hopefully things are going well for you, homie. Hell yeah, bang bang bang. That is capital punishment level. Not paella. Please don't tell a Spanish person how you are making that paella. It's like a capital punishment level task. It's fine. My family's already Spanish as fuck. So it's like whatever, man. They're the ones who taught me how to do it. So if anything, complain to them about how I make it. It feels like you can never catch a break. Loving the new look. Thank you. It still need a lot of tweaking though. I'm not gonna lie. It's okay though. I'm also doing this as a test run. Ugh, run! Ugh, you're too slow. Where's my Amir? Where did I leave him? Okay, there you are. I guess I really didn't need to do that. I just realized I didn't. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, oh no, did I not collect any? Oh, nothing. It's fine. But people get really intense when it's anything except for the Valencian paella. Yeah, it's fine. Bro, I have like 2 more left and not a single Frostbrine blueprint. Oh no. I should make another Akicore build just for pure damage rather than just secondary fortifier. I like secondary fortifier because I'm a filthy coward, but or do some Aya farm later. Oh, can I ask, what's the new method for Aya farming? Now that they kind of nerfed how to do it with now that they kind of nerfed doing it via bounties, or is it still bounties, but now you just kind of do whichever ones? Is it still bounties? Quote unquote nerf? Okay, yeah, it's quote unquote nerf, but I just wanted to make sure, you know.
Can't we just be friends?
You have collected enough reactants to open your relic.
Oh, we have one guy still at six reactants. Cetus bounties or Deimos perma bounty, usually tier 5 Cetus bounties. Okay, so it's, yeah, okay, so it's the same. Cool beans. Like, I normally don't go out of my way to farm for Aya, but, it would be good to have, especially now for, the Prime Resurgence, for sure. Especially since I got what I wanted now. The next batch, I think there was one that I wanted. I forgot what the next batch was, though. But there was one definitely there that I wanted. One Warframe. You just like buying relics and hoping to get some? Oh, that's fair. I'll be honest with you, the majority of my Aya did definitely come from Barrow and his bullshit. So there's that. Like, Barrow just loves giving me Aya from his weekly thing, and I'm just like, please, literally anything else, sir. And he's like, no. Oh, is there a Sonic Core there? Yeah, there is on my map.
He had to split. Like a banana. Yeah. No hard feelings, bad guy.
Barrow, why is the loot boxes, why the loot Aya shaped? Exactly. I think the only other thing he's given me outside of Aya was a melee arcane adapter. I'm just like, gee, thanks. Or was no. It was definitely an adapter. I don't know if it was melee, but I'm just like, gee. Thanks so much, buddy. It's what I always wanted. I guess I couldn't complain too much because it did come in handy for sure.
I do not think the murmur will wish this to you.
Oh, the melee ones are the hard to get ones? Yeah, but I only like use 2 weapons. I was Ooh, there's a Nyx? Yoink. Oh, I would like to get a Nyx Prime since I have Eleanor. This is my last one. Oh, sad, sad days. That's okay. Next stuff coming right up. Aw, sweet. Also, did you know what I just realized not too long ago? This is why I still call myself like a noob, like a Warframe newbie. I didn't know Volt's shield also blocks the Exilus's like blast and their pushback. As long as you're actually looking at them, it actually blocks it. Which I'm like, oh, that's really nice. But if you show like if you don't have the shield directly in front of you at all times, then you just fall backwards like an idiot, like what I always do. Because there ain't no way I'm gonna be getting Prime sure-footed anytime soon. Oh, there's a wall there.
Well done, Tenno. Your
Woo!
relic is open.
Yeah, the shield acts like a Prime sure-footed in the front. Yeah! For some reason, I never noticed that despite how often I play this character, but like, meh. It made me super happy when I realized I wasn't getting knocked down with it, as long as I'm looking directly at it. But if I was like, obviously facing away, or I didn't have the shield up in time, then goodbye. Off I go.
I'm here to kick bubblegum and chew ass, and I'm all out of ass. Wait, hold on.
Woo. When you outdrink your coworkers and you wake up without a hangover, please no applause. Bro, I am the definition of like a lightweight, man. So I don't even bother or try. I don't even try to drink for anybody anymore. Look at this. Look at this guy right here. Isn't that tied to your height? It's tied to your body, to your body weight and your height. Also, honestly, race does play a part of it. I am small. So like a sip of beer makes me go, ugh. Okay, that's a bit of exaggeration, but it's almost the same. Should I? Oh. You know what? It can stay there. Oh gosh, Void Rig is only level 15. It's fine. Oh my god, you guys are so strong. Look how many total kills. You guys have so many more kills. What is going on over here? Oh, well, it doesn't help that I'm actually just fucking around, to be honest.
And so, war makes monsters of us all. But especially you guys.
Whoa! What? Really? Oh, whatever. At least I could recharge myself. Ooh. Oh god. Thanks to Karami, I cannot unhear ooh with that Norish anymore. Yeah, exactly. I cannot unhear the ooh woo. No! I didn't get it. Oh well, rip. Time for Forma blueprints, I guess. Alright, well, I'll start cracking these then. Love the Christmas outfit? Thank you! How you doing, Masket? Also, apologize for if the model is moving really slow. I forgot that I need to calibrate models. I swear I'm a professional VTuber. I completely forgot that that's something that I actually had to do. I'm so used to just running the same model forever. But it's fine. But how you doing, buddy? How you doing?
We have company and they do not look happy.
Donald's just drunk? Absolutely. Yeah, that's something I can never unhear. I'm telling you, ever since it was pointed out that he says ooh woo, I'm just like, thanks, I hate it. I mean, I actually don't. It's kind of funny, but still. Also, I lowered the volume a little bit. Let me know if the sound is too low, then I'll put it back up to 10. Not the ooh. Oh, I adore the ooh so much. I only have one reactant. I think I'm accidentally... I think... it's just a me thing. I'm not waiting for them to go corrupted. I'm just literally aiming and shooting. It is literally just a me thing. Y'all are carrying me. I'm just being the dum-dum. To be fair, I'm holding E while looking at chat. Yeah, that happens, huh? So that's fair enough. Oh, you know what? I have a genuine question. Cause I heard this being discussed, or I saw this being discussed on a random ass YouTube short. So take it with a grain of salt. But Volt's second skill, speed, does that affects beam weapons, right? Because for some reason, there are a surprising amount of folks who says that it doesn't affect beam weapons.
Bad guys, get the bad guys here.
Because at least with me, maybe it's complete bias, I've noticed a difference in the beam. I'm not asking about reload or everybody or anything. Everybody knows that speed does affect reload, speed and everything else. But like beam weapons in general, apparently it doesn't affect the fire rate. Yeah, the fire rate. Which I know, oddly specific, but oh, my party menu disappeared. Apparently now I'm solo. No! Volt speed does affect fire rate. 100%. Because yeah, it's movement speed, speed boost, and reload speed buff, but it also affects fire rate for some reason. Because I've definitely noticed a difference. I 100% notice a difference.
Somebody woke up on the wrong side of the hellscape today.
It's why with some guns, like you can definitely see the difference, or I definitely see the difference when I use Trumna on him, 100%. Unless I have like a what do you call it? Like a bias, or no, not a bias. What is it fucking called? A placebo effect with it.
I do not think the murmur will wish this to you.
Who has who by the tail here?
And back in my newbie days, I definitely used Boltor with him because that's the only way I can able to use that weapon. Because everything else was so slow. Or at least it felt that way. Hold on. No, this is a bad time to try to take off my sweatshirt. Oh my god, get off. Okay. I put on my headset. Let me just stand here awkwardly. You guys can defend me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. There. Took off sweatshirt. Does it not? Huh. I'll blame placebo effect. It feels like you're moving faster because of speed. So probably my silly little newbie brain was just like, oh, it also affects guns to fire rate as well. That's the only thing I can justify it as. Because like I said, everything else feels fast, so I just immediately assume the gun will feel fast too, you know? So, till I learn. Cool. Thanks for testing, though. I appreciate it, because, yeah. The absolute placebo got me. Uh-oh. Fuck. Oopsies. It's better to make sure than trust a short. Yeah, that's the thing though. Like that's why I tend to take a lot of things with a grain of salt when you read something off the internet because you know it's like who would lie on the internet? Apparently a lot of people. So I was like, is that true? I thought there's a lad in there. Is that my lad? No, it's someone else's lad. I think that's just a decorative lad. Are you a decorative lad? Yeah, it's not my lad. I don't even remember where I left mine. So, oh well. My lad is somewhere. I left him alone and I don't remember where I put him. I forgot where I parked my car situation. Oh, this is my lad. Okay, I found him. Oh, I killed it! Oh, the necromech, I'm so sorry. Oh no, the necromite. I didn't know that was a thing I can do. Oh. Okay, I need to stop killing it. I feel bad. I didn't know you can actually kill them. Oh no. Yeah. Oh. They respawn quickly, but look. Here he is. He's gone. Oh my god! I didn't. Oh, they're just here doing their work. I feel so bad now. Oh no. Okay. You know what? Holy shit. Oh, why is my necromech so weak? I know why, because it's only level 16. And there's no mods in this thing. Literally 0 mods. Like, it is the most unmodded thing you can ever see in your life. Uh-oh. Hold on. We had somebody DC. Tor's PC just crashed. It just shut off. Okay, cool.
I shall put this one on the pile.
That is bullshit.
We're going to need a bigger sanctum.
All right, okay. After this, we're gonna go ahead and leave. Wow, you guys want Forma or Forma? Give me 1 second. Hold on. Let me figure out what's going on. Okay, let's get out of here, since I don't want Tora to miss out on things. Wait, if he technically DC, does he lose everything? Do we have to wait? Yeah? No, wait, like seriously, does he actually lose everything? Oh my god. Are you kidding me? That's an hour wasted. Okay, but yeah, let's get out of here. Hopefully he could reconnect and maybe. If it was a complete shutdown, he could rejoin again. Yeah, it's a complete shutdown. It's not like his game crashed. His whole computer shut down. Okay, so I'm not leaving yet. I'm just gonna head towards the extraction. Yeah. Let's just wait. You lose resources but keep the relic stuff though? Yeah. Well, the relic stuff is the more important one, honestly. Oh, can you fuck off, mate? Yeah, because the PC was a full shutdown. So, hopefully, if not... That's dumb. Hey, what you doing here? Oh, what? Battle to the death? Literally battle to the death. They're literally fighting to die. Ooh, woo, indeed. Ooh, woo. Yeah, I guess to no one's surprise, I really like the Code of Path Assist. I'm so happy with this weapon. Okay, we're still waiting. That or maybe his PC is dying again. Oh. Sorry, he says he's struggling because I think his PC is like just not having a good time today. No, I'm gonna feel so bad if he can't log back in. Cause that's like almost basically like it's almost an hour just being wasted. Oh, it's a good thing you guys are pretty cool, man. Oh, why did you make your guy into a Christmas tree? No, I'm kidding. Your guy looks pretty cool, not gonna lie. Oh, Tora's back! Let's go! Okay, let's extract as fast as we can. Where is Tora? Are you all the way in the beginning?
I do not think the murmur will risk this, do you?
Oh no, he's right there. Okay, cool. No relic. Just no relic this. We are escaping.
Another job well executed.
Okay, hopefully, because... Huh. Looking at this in perspective, we didn't actually open that many, huh? It looks like we didn't open that many. It's fine. Oh hey, at least that's finally max ranked. Let's go. Only 6? Yeah, it was only 6. Every 5 minutes? Yeah, I know. Hopefully Tora's good. Hopefully he got something.
I would speak with you.
Okay, you got everything. Oh, good. It just didn't show your cracks? Hmm. Did you check your inventory and you have them? Okay. Alright, that's good. That's good. Oh, that was odd. Apparently his PC just decided to just fully shut down. Like there was like an energy surge or something. I don't know. That was odd. That's super unfortunate. That's why you're such a fan of Cascades, 3-minute cracks. Cascades I like too. Honestly, Cascades is also one of those fun things as well. I do like running those as well. but I run Omni Fishers like exclusively for obvious reasons. They're so convenient to use. All right, let's see. Void relics, frost.
Omnifishers, were they made by Fisher Price?
Yes. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, my owl still exists. He is still around. He's just a ghost now. He doesn't have a form when I'm PNG. Well, when I'm not PNG. When I'm 2D. He does not have a form. He is ethereal. He's an ethereal owl. So he still works. He's just around. Level cap cascade runs are fun. I've never done a level cap cascade before. I've never done that one.
Hello chat. I am still here. I am in your walls. I am always watching, waiting, sniffing, even.
I see. Where are you hiding him? It's a mirror. Just suddenly a very deep voice. Get out of here with the sniffer. I can't believe this. But yeah, I never done a level cap like I've done level cap circuit before, but never cascade or anything like that. And I had no choice but to do level cap circuit because I was doing that very last minute, which I forgot. What's the level? What's in circuit today? Let's see. Soma, I do have a Soma. Vasto, I do have a Vasto. And Burston, I don't have a
Chat.
Burston.
Do you think Mum will get Furset at some point?
Okay, so, none of that. Cool. The blender has returned. Yeah, I don't have the Nami, though. I guess I know somebody will say, just get the Incarnon anyways, me. Cross that bridge when I get there. Alright. Alright, we'll do, what, one more session?
Chat, we're so cooked.
We'll do one more session of relic racking, and then, I'm gonna have you guys run me through, Descendia. Descentia? No, it's a D. D's nuts. But yeah, just run through those real quick. Unless, should I just run Descendia now? Because I do want to run this. Very much so. But let's do relic cracking first. I wanna try to get frost as much as possible. God dang it. I'm out of Aya too, so I can't buy anymore, so I'm fucking cooked, bro. You're in the middle of a Netra cell? I can wait. 1 hour until weekly reset? It's fine. There ain't no way. You just opened, so you're done soon? Yeah, let's go. Descendia will reset soon? Yeah, I know. It's fine. What am I gonna do? Cry about it? Maybe? Maybe. Why not? It's free? True! You know what? Let me actually go to the Sanctum and see what's going on over there. I keep talking to Roth, but I always forget what he has. I just don't like talking to him because he's such a yapper. He's always like blah blah blah. I'm a dick.
I wonder. was here with Lloyd without him keeping watch.
Bro, if you start flirting with Lloyd, I'm not gonna say anything. I don't give a shit. Let's see. Because debilitate is what I want. To one-shot it. I'm almost there to one-shot, so that's fine. Let's see. No, yes, I am well aware that I should have clicked on the Descendiant to see what the stuff is in there, but I'm mostly concentrating on this stuff. I'm the smartest man in the millennium, we both know it. That's exactly what it is. Did I purchase a tech roll? Yeah, I purchased one. Thank you. I have the Madurai bow now.
Easily forgotten so much of it when Entrati rammed the serum into my throat.
Do you... Roth, I'm pretty sure you just want somebody to talk to, huh? I'm pretty sure you just want somebody to talk to. It's fine. It's fine. Okay.
Indecisive and irritating. Don't leave me with them. I might actually go mad.
I don't know if you guys can hear it, but the way he whispers, "Don't leave me with them," I might actually go mad. Like, he's actually so upset. I mean, I think he's already insane, isn't it? I mean, it's just like... Yeah, okay, because I already got all of this already. So I ran it once. I just wanted to run this more for the stoof. So I'll be getting there anyways. Oh, I'm so glad. Okay. Let's do some cracking of the relics, shall we? So let's go ahead and exclamation point, join, and insert your IGN if you want to join in some relic cracking. Go ahead and do that as I sit here and clear out my phone notifications, because holy shit, so many people want to talk, what is like messaging me, and none of them is important. It's just like,
yeah, hi, I would like to talk to you about your opinion on your latest purchase.
and I'm just like, no, fuck off. Exactly! I would like to talk to you about your car's extended warranty and all that bullshit. Ugh, God, it's so annoying.
Hi. I would like to talk to you about your latest purchase.
That's pretty much what it is. Would you leave a review for your latest purchase? Like, no! Go home. God dang it. Alright. Let's go with... Who is the latest random player? Random. I mean, okay, well that makes sense. Is Random even here? I think... Didn't they go AFK for a second? Lore friendly bot, indeed. Yo, you are here! Okay, cool. I thought for some reason you AFK'd for a bit because you're gonna get food. Alright. Next random player. Corpo! Alright, I got you, homie. You better be on. Yeah, you are. Okay, cool. Next random nerd is... Stray. Oh good, you're like right here. Perfection. Rigged. Alright, there you go. Same rules as usual, I don't give a shit. There you go. Alright, let's see. What is the thingy for today? Just survival. Okay, so it's as if nothing happens. Okay. Volt! Amir, I'm gonna give you a break. I'm gonna give you a break. I'm gonna go... Her. Yeah, there you go. Now, it totally wasn't rigged. It was by pure random. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, I literally have 2 more chances. If this doesn't, if Frost's blueprint doesn't show up, I'm gonna be like the saddest motherfucker. The absolute sad. It's fine. Mom, the couple is fighting again. They can work it out amongst themselves. It's okay. The 2-for-1 special. Use 2 to get the same disappointment is wild. Oh hell. Oh man. What's this? We need a wedding ceremony to happen?
These are worthy foes. Underestimate them at your peril.
I like how somebody else went Volt.
I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a matching relic?
Ooh, chocolate. Thank you.
Our foes have compromised the habitation systems. How predictable. Stand by for life support.
A fissure. Defend yourself and use reactant to open relics. Select reactant.
The ooh woo! The ooh woo! Also, thank you for the follow.
We're going to need more reactant if you want to open
First of all, Fut Bucker, it is a wild name. Wow, there's a... Also, I haven't figured out where we're
Finish your mission and we'll take
hanging out, but it's fine. Man, this looks like a good spot.
We are beset.
Life support approaching.
Ugh, get out of the... Ugh. Not me always getting stuck on everything. What am I doing? I'm playing her like I keep forgetting how Wisp works. Well, honestly, I kind of do.
It is the will.
I don't play her that often anymore. Hey Shiro, how you doing?
This violence.
Why you ooh-wooing? You know exactly why I'm ooh-wooing. Ow.
Sending another
Rude.
capsule. You start growing trees, you know.
Oh god. Ooh, ooh. Ah, no. Munch.
I must do this. Forgive me.
Oh, I didn't make it all the way. Okay. Take care, Garmata.
UWU.
Make sure you drink a lot of water, though. Yes, UWU. I like how he doesn't say uwu. I think I need to train my now disemboweled voice of an owl to say uwu. Oh, I hope he's going after somebody who can kick his ass. Oh god, is he here? He better not be here. Yeah. Go after somebody who can kick his ass. I'm not one of them. I am weak and feeble.
There can be a savior.
Sure, Rice Gangolf. Here it goes. UWU. M.
You're trying at least, but he's definitely not listening. For sure. It's okay. Uh-oh, I need more energy. I've been expending too much. The fuck? What happened to you? Are you blind? You forget how buying a new model works?
I cleanse thee. Now.
They are so distracted by your attack that I am able to siphon valuables from their strongholds. They will never see this fish coming.
It's both a new model and a new outfit.
Sanctum is waiting for you.
The model came with the outfit. Or did the outfit came with the model? They both can go. Then they both can be interchanged. Oh, this
You
Reaper. The Reaper just keeps showing up. Oh, he almost did it. He said, "Ooh," he said, "You goo." Definitely trying. You gotta try her 4th augment and hotshot sometimes. I need to level up hotshot. Mine is only level 2. Because I definitely don't run Archimedia. Well, at all. I can't say I don't run it enough. I just never ran it before.
UG.
I'm just not confident in my skills to run it.
QO.
Oh, that's why. I'm like, why aren't I doing damage? It's because I haven't uwooed yet. There you go. Remember, kids, if you want to do more damage, uwoo.
We see your sacrifice.
OOUWUU.
I like how you guys are trying to let him just say the uwu. I don't think it's gonna happen. He can't even say pug. He just reads out the whole thing as POG.
Ugu. Forget poggers. Here's soggers.
What was that? You need to do more damage to do more damage? Exactly! You need to do more damage to do more damage.
Moist.
Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I have an augment for her
Hog.
4th ability.
Hallow.
I think I'll just, I can buy it. It's not like, in any of the factions that I'm in doesn't have it. I just kind of forget that that's a thing. I sure hope Torment is going after somebody who can kill him. Ow. It worked. Good job, guys.
Who? Awu.
You forgot about the weekly Netrocell? Don't worry, I did too. Though for me, I've already accepted my fate and not doing the Netrocell, so I don't really care. Nice.
Who woo?
I'll remember you as you do mine. Yeah, just be like, man, imagine not running Netrocells. Can't be me as you're running Netrocells. It would be perfect. As I mentioned, I've accepted my fate. It's fine. It's not a big deal. You know, I would say this though. Wisp will probably have her own loadout spot if it weren't for the fact that I am very limited in loadout spots. That Arc replaces Gauss's loadout with...
Look at them. They come to this place.
Oh, he's not gonna read the
they are
whole
not
thing.
pure. Tenno used the keys, but they are mere trespassers. Only I, VOR, know the true power of the void. I was cut in half, destroyed, but through its Janus key, the void called to me. It brought me here, and here I was reborn. We call it.
Yeah, there you go. VOR! I know, he didn't even read out VOR, he just spelled the name. Bro didn't even bother trying to read a 3-letter name. I can't believe this. I don't know if it counted as an uwu, but it's fine. Oh, he said uwu. You just have to go really out of your way to spell it stupid. Wow, would you like some Latron Prime stocks? Wow. Hey Turtle, how you doing? New model? Hell yeah. There's a VTuber that has the entire voice line as 20k points redeem. Don't tempt me. Tell you what, for a low price, okay, for a low price, as 5 gifted subs, I too will have the redeem. The entire voice line as a redeem. Just channel points redeemed too, not even for money. Yeah, that's right. I'm monetizing it, because there ain't no way you guys are gonna be doing— oh. Okay, well then never mind. Okay, so okay, I guess I'm getting it as a channel point redeem. Bro, I wasn't even finished! Speed, scammed, and power? Seriously. Thanks, Rice. Thank you. All right, legitimately after this, I'll go. I'll see if I can find it as a voice line.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Oh god, it's angst. Oh! Oh dear. Man, this is why running with you guys is so cool. Y'all melt. Jesus Christ. Y'all melt. I'm barely doing more damage because I will admit, I'm probably cheating by using Wisp and Uwu. It's the power of Uwu. Because without Uwu, I will not be dealing damage. Remember, the power of Uwu compels you. The fastest scam in the side of the galaxy? Seriously. I was legitimately not expecting that. I was not expecting that, so it's fine. You know what? It's fine. I'll have the channel point redeem the same amount too as the other VTuber because I think it will be funny. Definitely copying whoever did it. Rude. This is fine, it doesn't bother me. It bothers me a lot! True. Disclaimer, doesn't actually bother me. Unless...
Hoo-woo.
Hoo-woo? Oh, I'm sorry. Everybody's wandered off. Are we doing that? I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention. I'm just used to kind of camping one place. If we want to do wandering, I'll follow suit. I'm just so used to not doing wanderings.
Breathe well, Tenno.
Will I never redeem for VIP? Yes. Will there be random VORs in stream? Yes. Oh no. Maybe I should get a voice line of me just yelling VOR's name on the random parts and the random happenstance that he shows up. I better not be an acolyte being a wee little bitch. Oh, it is. I sure hope it's going after someone who can kill him. Okay, cool. Oh dear. Oh, he died.
Ooh.
I don't even know where he is. I'm helping. Oh, hey, Burston. I wasn't expecting to see a Burston here. Okay, well, I'll equip that. You took Ugly Crystal to the max? Hell yeah! Also, how you doing, Error? How you doing? Hey, yo, look, man. Unironically, ugly Christmas sweaters are like the best part. Especially when somebody comes into work or a Christmas or ugly Christmas sweater party and they just stick a mirror onto the sweater. For me, that's peak right there. Oh, hold on, reloading. You need some Taco Bell and watching the only streamer you can banter at? How dare? How are you? I'm doing alright. I'm just, cracking open some relics. Very upset that I still haven't gotten a Frost Prime blueprint. That's the only thing I need. Bro's literally giving me the cold shoulder. I can't believe it. Oh well, it is what it is. Worst comes to worst, I'll buy it off of the Warframe marketplace. Oh, hi guys. How you doing over here? I hope you guys are having a good time. It's almost as if I haven't stopped playing Volt with all the speed that's happening. With War, yeah. What you gotta do is have the Bale copy pasta, but replace all the Elden Ring lines with Warframe ones. True. Ah, curse you, Bale. Ooh, there's more over here. I swear, I have this magical ability of just bumping into any random thing that's in the fucking room. Even though technically, it's already out of the way, my dumbass will still manage to run into it. I was gonna say, I sure hope you're going after someone who can kill you. And that's exactly what's happening. Here, I'm here to help. Oh, you don't need my help. Oh, you guys definitely didn't need my help. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. You know what? Since you guys are hanging out in this spot a lot, here, I'll put this just for you. Have fun. Oh, hello, random void rig. I am somehow surviving this. It's okay. It's okay. Hell yeah. Will you run some deep arc relate? Tonight? Maybe. I should. I never ran. I never ran the the Archimedia stuff in general. So I can't actually do elite until I actually run them like a normal like a normal pleb. I keep thinking I'm too weak for that shit, you know? That I'm not cool enough.
I shall put this one on the pile. We're going to need a bigger sanctum.
You'll be fine. We got you. True, you guys do got me. I mean, unless really Gyre's Neuroptics showed up, I'm gonna... You know what? Fuck it. I'm farming for Gyre now since Frost's blueprint is just not showing up. It makes me so sad. It's fine. I don't have that many Gyre stuff. No, I do not. Okay, this is great. This is fine. Well, at least I got the hardest one. I can't upgrade this. So I'm gonna go off of vibes and faith. Like, I definitely have warframes that can probably handle it, like Dante. But, let's see. Maybe I need to have more faith. Like, this wisp does a lot of damage. Like, I'm keeping up with you guys. And I'm just a normal, weapons platform build. With the base assist. Ow. Man, Marie doesn't talk often, huh? Maybe the new proto frames don't really talk very often. Because usually by now I heard like 50 lines from the original 6. Dubstep gun, 100%. Oh, she finally spoke. It took a while for me to hear her lines, but she's there. Like, I heard Amir more often than her. Every time I just happens to be by... Who's playing my Amir? Every time I happen to run by Corpo, I just happen to hear him. The one thing you never realized about the proto-frames is that they had lines for when you get in arc wings. Harrows are really funny. Yeah, I went on Harrow, or I went on Harrow and started going on any vehicle, and he's just like, we have legs! Use them! I adore the fact that they gave somebody just a fucking motion sickness. It's great. Oh, what happened to the guy? Wasn't there an acolyte there a minute ago? Did he just die? Who killed him? Oh, I need energy. Guys, give me energy. Give me energy. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the energy. I was spamming skills without actually realizing that I'm just spamming them for the sake of it. Hello, Christmas spirit? I'm dying. Hey, how you doing, Axer? Yeah, it was a random Christmas surprise. That one, I have a 2D model now. And then two, which I completely forgot to put in the credits. Oops. That will be there by next week, I promise. Hopefully the artist is not here. And if you are, go ahead and send me a very angry letter. I totally understand. I'm doing alright, you know, slightly dying, playing as Wisp and or Marie, the usuals. No, stop it. Thank you.
Your hard work is really paying off.
Ooh. You know, I keep forgetting that there's also an Uriel. His name is Uriel. Yadam. I don't know why. I keep wanting to pronounce Uriel's name as Uriel. Well, actually, I do know why. I played too much Final Fantasy XIV and there's an Urion J, so it just became standard in how that works. That is literally it. I blame that old English motherfucker from that game. Oh, not the Uriel. Get out of there. Chicken soup is a staple for a reason? Dude, chicken soup sounds good in general because it's just cold. You know what? Soup in general is just good because it's cold. Also, I saw that comment, Azel. I know I said my Amir. Look, I'm not wrong. See, I'm telling you, I hear him more often. Fucking Marie, she's just like, well, I'm just gonna be quiet. I ooh-woo every once in a while, but that's about it. I guess, you know what? I can't complain too much. Because Roth does not shut the fuck up. He is a, he's a talkative one, Mr. Grinch. Jesus Christ, when like three of us are here, that whole group just like ceased to exist. It's actually kind of funny. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Go after somebody who can kill you! Oh no, not Malice. No, genuinely not Malice. Who's like... Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God, he's going after somebody who can murder. Oh, good. Oh, good. That actually makes me happy. Awesome. No! Oh yeah, happy reset, everybody. I hope y'all did your Netra cells, because I sure didn't. Beep, 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 beep. That's fine. Missing 1 week or 2 weeks is not gonna end the world. Because if you really think about it, you missed a lot more than that when you were a baby Tenno before, unless you played before Netra cells existed then. How does the retirement home feel? You got a 50% off? Oh, I'm jealous. I keep getting 20%. I'm just like, come on, man. Let me cheaply spend money on you. You got crazy lucky and got all 5 runs. Give you got yellow Jolly Ranchers on all 5 runs? How dare. You haven't been playing Soulframe still? Yo, that's base though. I've been playing Soulframe on my off time. I love playing Soulframe and just like chilling out, wandering around, being like, where am I? And then eventually finding a spot. I'm like, oh, okay. It's definitely one of those games where I'm just like, you know what? I'm gonna pretend I can live in the nature, out in the wild, and then very heavily realize that I am way too city for that kind of life. My form of camping is when I'm basically... My form of camping is basically already having an entire house brought with you. Oh, you're using a bow? Nice. Those giant house tents? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. With like a gas stove, like a portable gas stove, and like a creatine heater, you know, like, and a little cooking set and everything. That he also requires those little propane tanks. Hell yeah. Did I say creatine? I mean, you guys know what I meant. Wrong substance. Oh no, I didn't. Ooh, woo. There you go. Y'all want some Forma? You know what? I'll copy. I'll give somebody stuff. I forgot the name. It's
A H H H H H H H H H H.
Indeed. Where am I? What's going on over here?
Give Frost BP meow.
I forgot you're also trying to get Frost BP. It's okay. It's okay. Worst comes to worst, we both have to buy it through the Warframe marketplace. It's okay. It's fine. This is fine. Wow, you didn't even give him a chance to even summon the bloke. You're just swinging wildly. You know what? Can't blame you there. Yeah. Hold on. Nose itch. Okay. Ooh, woo. Marie, Don't speak French. I don't understand what you're saying. I don't speak oui oui. I'm so kidding, by the way. At least when Letty speaks Spanish, I know what she's saying. At least when she speaks Spanish, I still know what she's saying. Whole language barriers.
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is opened.
Any French Canadians in chat? They ain't gonna be here. They're like, ew, VTuber. They're like, ew, not a VTuber. Get out of here. I'm just kidding. I have no fucking idea. No, turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Turn. I hate these hands. There you go. I swear, maybe this is just me. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like they buffed Wisp's assets for Marie. I'm just saying, it feels like they buffed her butt when they made Marie. And you cannot convince me, because I feel like based Wisp's butt is not as rotund as Marie. It's not as voluptuous. Spherical. God, imagine if you complimented a girl's butt as spherical. That I don't know if that's a compliment or a concern. Imagine walking up to a girl and be like, "Damn girl, your butt is rotund." Damn girl, your butt is spherical. Even I would be like, what? I'll be very confused. I'm like, well, thank you, I think. It's okay, I'll never have that compliment. I literally laughed my ass off, so it's fine. I accidentally pressed 1. I did not want to. So now I have this up here for no reason. God damn it. I sure hope Angst is going after people that can kill him. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, buddy. I'm coming to help. You don't need help. Yeah, you didn't need help. I mean, help was fine, but like, you know what I mean. My lady, I saw your hindquarters. I'm looking ravishly spherical today. Hell yeah. Gotta love the Drake and Josh reference. Yup. Kind lady, might I mention that your hindquarters is rather spherical this evening. Proceeds to get slapped.
Goral, how is your ass so rotund?
Let's go! Finally! Oh my god! Oh, I could drink a beer now. Oh my god, it has arrived. Jesus Christ. So you're gonna give that to you? No. Fuck off. You buy it. Unless we get another one, then maybe. But other than that, no, go home. You may be my baby Tenno, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna spoil you. Alcohol time, exactly.
Now the veil of life is lifted.
Marie, you okay? You sounded very tired after saying. Are you okay? Man, the voice actress really just went like, whew, hold on. Let me take a breath after that. It's as if she did the execution herself. She's been farming relics for 10 hours, leave her be. You know what, that's fair. That's, you know what, that's completely understandable. Stop. I hate these hands. Oh, there's a lot over here. What happened? Who went on a massacre over here? That's a rhetorical question. I can see literally the remnants of who went into a massacre in there. Am I holding people back? No. Cool. Look, I gotta make sure I ain't holding people back. Oh, sorry, I was reloading. Thank you, thank you. I was busy reloading, so I was just staring at him menacingly. I was like, yeah, you better stop that. Ooh, you're gonna die by the time I reload. Just wait patiently.
Has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
It's like the least intimidating thing you can do is just standing there menacingly as you're reloading the gun. Be like, oh, hold on. You're gonna so die by the time I'm done reloading. And I see a fucking mad lad just come by and start swinging wildly with a melee weapon. That was great. When we're extracting, when are we extracting? We can extract in like 45, 40. Maybe this could be the last one. Wait, who else needs Frost Blueprint? Mr. Frosty P sounds like a rap name. It's like if Vanilla Ice and Eminem decided to have a kid and becomes Mr. Frosty P. That's exactly what it is. You still need one? Alright, cool. We'll still be farming. I ran out of Aya though, but I will definitely try. So this will be the last one then, and then let's so I can get Frost cooking. And then slowly, maybe, probably get Geyer and then Nyx. Nyx is the next prime that I want. I only want her prime though because I have Eleanor, but let's see. I feel like with Eleanor I have to be very specific with the build because of how her 4 works. I want to have as much what do you call it? I want to have as much very awkward angle. Parkour as much as I want, or as much as I need. Damn. Misery is indeed in misery, whoever the fuck he's attacking.
We're going to need a bigger sanctum.
Oh no, he became angsty. Would you guys like Forma or Forma? Do you have a good Atomos build? Nope. Does it have an Incarnon? Atomos? I'm pretty sure it does it? Alright, this is the last run, nerds.
May Luan's soul guide you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me... Oh god. Let me attempt to help over here. I'm trying. I can't see shit, Captain. Where is he? Where is he? Did he teleport? Oh, you guys got him. Okay, I'll just shoot wildly. I wanted to help. Got knocked around, got spun around, and I couldn't figure out where I was. So you know what? There. I did 45 mil damage somehow. Oh no! Corpo, what happened? Oh no, he's DCing. Were they so strong that they kicked you out of the game? Alcron Hunt was Blue Shard again. It was the same 2 weeks ago. At least the last one was, oh yay, Corpo came back. Oh, good. At least the other one was yellow, so that's not too bad. If this week is blue though, I'm not even gonna bother. Good lord, look at all these buffs. Oh, I'm dying, Squirtle. Not the magnet! Get out of here! I didn't need your dang blue Tootsie Pop. Exactly. Just gonna get it just to make more purple shards for your vault. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I need red though, just to make more, because I don't need, but I want one more purple shard. Purple shard. But I don't have an extra red, because I keep transforming into the Tau versions. Because I'm greedy for Tau. Oh god, not again. Oh, it's me? No, not me. Wait, where is he? Oh, no, he's going after you guys. Ha, get fucked, nerds. You should have went after me. I have more trouble against you. You know, I just flew right through that nullifier, not realizing that it was a nullifier until just now. Ah! Thank you. Hey, look at Orkincell.
A sacred vow.
Your hard work is really paying off.
Alright, let's go ahead and extract after this. Hey, look, a Fulman. Alright, let's go home so I can start crafting that frost. And oh god. God, you guys already have the extraction point? Okay, it was right there. I'm like, why are you guys so fast? Because it's literally right there. Uh-oh. Here you go. The people who actively hunt the acolytes for their loot when they leave. No, you monster! You don't get to run away. Come back here. I know, right? Ah, beautiful. Yes. Thank you, thank you. Now let us craft the lad himself. Hell yeah. It's nerdin' time? Of course. Oh, hello.
Eterno, it's your lucky day.
I feel like I'm not that lucky. Thanks though. Thank you. Okay. Claim. 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 Frosty, indeed. Now. Yes. Cool. Now that makes me happy because, yeah, I don't know why. Unironically, I actually did enjoy playing as Frost. It was weird. But it works. It's fine. Xylox, Dread, Despair, and Hate. Hate is a must. Oh yeah, I've been hearing good things about Hates and Carnon. Oh, maybe I should bother with it. Time to listen to the ghost inside? True. Because let's see. Yeah, the Dread and like the Hate and Carnon are like the two that I've been hearing good things about. So maybe. We got Green Hate in the event too. Yeah, I noticed that too. So you can get like his super cool looking one when he decided to actually harness the power of Jade.
Dobby Nerdbot is finally free. She got frost. I will now sleep. Thank you everyone. Good luck and good night.
Thank you so much, Corpo. Thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, go get some sleeps. It's totally fine. You just learned that the Tenet Ferox alt fire is still bugged to not trigger primary accelerate if you have impact bonus, but it will trigger primary obstruct if you have magnetic bonus. Deep spaghetti code. That's a really deep spaghetti code. Huh. To be fair, I didn't even know the Ferox has an alt fire, but I don't have the weapon, so I guess that makes sense. I really wish we can use the skins on Acarnon weapon transformations. Wait, the skins don't translate into the Acarnon forms? I actually didn't know that. Huh. But then again, I don't have any skins for any of my Incarnon weapons, so I guess that makes sense. Wow. Well, that kind of ruins a lot of Warframe fashion, right? Everybody wants to be fashionable. They don't just get the angel goo. Oh my god. It just goes back to the base skin. Oh, I see. Oh. I mean, it's like whatever, man. I guess just don't, bother with the skins, I guess. I guess I'm not gonna bother with the... Fix your shawl. There you go. I guess I'm not gonna bother with the, with the hate skin then, if it's not even gonna apply. Don't use Incarnons? I mean, that too. Primary Accelerate used to work, but it stopped working a while ago when they did an unrelated fix on some other spear gun throws. But it's weird that it broke Accelerate and not Obstruct, since they both trigger on status effects. I guess it just depends on the status effect. At least that's the only thing I can think of. Well, because you know how spaghetti can be, so I'm assuming that's just the problem. The spaghetti spaghettis. I guess it's the only thing I can say. The spaghetti spaghettis. So, like, whatever. It's super unfortunate, though. Yeah, 2 different injection methods. Yeah, that's the thing, though. Because it's a different type of status, that's what I'm assuming. So, spaghetti spaghettis. Oh, it's not this one. I actually have to go to the Arsenal. I'm not used to going to Arsenal. Yeah, because this one is an upgrade. Okay, eventually I'll work on this. I have no idea, but it's fine. I keep forgetting that this is a thing. I could have used my alt like several times, I bet, during that entire thing. I just keep forgetting that that's a thing I can do.
Hello, world. It's me.
just not used to it. Just not used to it. Okay. Real quick, I'll BRB. I need to use the restroom, and then we will run some Descendia. We're gonna go on the Tower of Power, the Tower of Power of the Hour. Yeah. So yeah, BRB. Real quick. Yeah.
Tenno, a new alert has begun. It will be marked on navigation.
Hello. Okay. I am back. I have returned. And now we can, yeah, proceed with the Tower of Power of the Hour. Hell yeah. Also, I'm still craving pizza. Oh man, Christmas pizza. Oh, you know what? Speaking of pizza, has nothing to do with pizza. I just remembered this. So, like, what? There is an adorable person who was trying to sell homemade cinnamon rolls and like on my like in the cross streets just right outside my house, like not even a block away. They were a little expensive, but come on, man, cinnamon rolls. It's cinnamon rolls, man. And like they're really good. Why did I suddenly remember them? Because I think we randomly struck up a conversation of like wanting pizza. Because I asked him, like, have you ever thought of like I don't remember what the conversation, how we led to it, but we were just talking about pizza suddenly. I'm just like, oh man, pretty chill person. Gotta admit, super nice though. Had you just realized that Arcane Kamisato, the minion arcane, can apply to Wukong's Celestial Twin? Time for monkey business? This is no time for monkeying around. I ran out of monkey puns. I ran out of monkey puns immediately. Like I wanted to do more, but I was like, I'm not clever enough to do more monkey puns. So you're lucky for today.
Woo.
Thank you. Alright, guys. If you want to do Descendia, go ahead and exclamation point join with your IGN. Poor favor. While you're doing that, let me oh, hi. What am I doing here? Look, guys, it's me, Mario. Did I accidentally put makeup on him? I did. Let me take that off. There you go. Out of body experience? I know, right? How is he just standing there? I don't know. Oh, he's not there anymore. How do I... You know, I'm gonna recreate that while you guys are doing it. Amir, don't call me Void Kitten, sir. Not in front of everybody, come on. First name Mario, last name Mario. Yeah, it's Mario. Okay, if I upgrade, and I'm technically here now. Oh, that's how you recreate it. Alright, there you go. So if you want your drifter and or operator to stand at the thingy, there you go. That's how you do it. That's how you do it, I guess. So you'll just be standing here menacingly. Oh my god, I forgot about the pet bed. Thank you for reminding me, Karami. I'm so terrible. I completely forgot about the pet bed. Where is it? That's not the pet bed. Where's the pet bed? There's the pet bed. I just realized how this looks like.
The system
It's so
continues
cute.
to fall into chaos. Check navigation for active invasions.
Yeah, that works. Right in the middle. A pet bed for a mirror? Oh my god. Press 5 now? Let's see.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Or anything I would do. Wait,
Yeah, nah. Okay, so yeah, if you do anything with the with your drifter and or operator, they just disappear. Yeah, because now they're gone. Okay. Good to know. God, imagine if it worked. That would have been kind of funny, actually. I'm Luigi Mario and he's Mario Mario. Actually, now that I think about it, if I put a pet bed... Oh.
H. Fancy O.
Okay, I thought for some reason, like, suddenly either Waffle or Loaf will just... Well, actually just Loaf. Because too bad Waffle or, like, the robot dogs don't roam around. It's just the organic dogs. Does the 8 server boots makes you into a server sugar daddy? Yes. If you make it 10 more, then you become a sugar daddy pimp. Alright, let's go ahead with random players. Let's go to Descendia. I'm not gonna use Volt, by the way. I just default to him because I'm apparently a Volt mate now. Turtle! Let's go! Let's go, Turt! You're in. Oh, I shouldn't... yeah. I never had problems inviting people through the navigation, but for some reason people keep yelling at me to do it not in the navigation. I never had a problem, but like, whatever, man. Get your butts out of my face. Bring the monkey. Hell yeah, you're bringing the monkey frame? Let's go. Mercy, I hope you're not too drunk. And if you are, that's fine. It's like whatever, man. Yo, Karami, would you like the Descent of the Iya? If not, I know I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, but you can go and suck an orange. I don't care.
Is it Rima? Amir backwards? I'll find him.
You know what? Let me go Udi. I don't know what gun to use on him. I kind of default to the base assist. But I don't know. The Godva Prime is actually really good on him. But I'll just base so. You're in just invite? Hell yeah, let's go. Alright. Oh cool, you entered. I love it when people do that. Makes it easier for me because I'm a lazy ass. No, we filled up. Sorry. Okay, what is the... Why? Why is it blue? Why it blue? Oh man. Oh well. Oh my god, everything's blue. Abudi abadai. Okay, well, you know what? Fuck it. I still want to run it anyways because I'm more interested in the arcanes than anything. So like, I don't give a shit. You can see the moment her heart broke. Oh, you're so right. It's okay. I can farm this anyways on my like, not on my own, but like for the other stuff. The precipice.
A tower like this would have been worth a fortune on Tau. The shame that land is not made for bronze anymore, usurper. Some advice I learned early in my career, if I may. It is not what you kill, but who you kill that matters in the end. So, get out there and kill someone special.
Is my alt fire not working? Why aren't I alt firing? Am I not allowed to alt fire? Oh, whatever. Is my mouse broken? Why aren't I ult firing? Huh. Oh, whatever. It's not like I need it, but like, it's a form of DPS I'm not doing.
You shall all become dust and ash.
You know what, let me see if my, maybe my ult fire button is just not working in general? Yeah, my ult fire button is just not working in general. Uh-oh. Okay, guys, protect me real quick. Let me figure this out. Don't know why it's not working. I'm gonna be lagging real bad right now, so give me 1 second. Hello? Okay, there you go. Fucking hell. Okay. Let me see if this works. Okay, now it works. Okay, I figured it out.
What is that horrible smell? Devil, is that you?
Oh, stinky. No! Not the loaf! Oh, am I being stupid? I am being stupid. There's one right here. Oh, you guys already activated all of them. Okay. Do we have 2 Urios here? We do. Oh! Urio! It's Yuri L. Fucking L. Why am I adding an accent to a name that doesn't even have an accent in it? It's like whatever, man. Yuri! I know! I keep saying Uriel, but it's Uriel! Oh my god, it's gonna be a really stupid habit that I, for some reason, developed. Oh, hey! Oh, she's following you, Turt! I think? No, she's following Mercy. Okay. How does the Tenenbaum work? Like, I know you can gift people, but I have never heard of it until now. So how the Tenenbaum works is that you just simply, that's it, you just simply gift people. Usually, you get more Tenenbaum, like, I guess bonus, I assume, to, like, a baby Tenno. Or just gift anybody anything. And you have a chance, and then you just contribute towards it. That's really it. Just realized my demons are dead. Other than that, that's all I know.
Pathetic.
Gee, I wonder which effect is mine, hee. And it's not because it's blue. What you talking about? Oh, I have a question though. How do I use the meteor skill with this? Do I just press it again? Or do I... Like, when he starts spinning, how do I do the meteor thing? Just gift a few things, at the end you get stuff? Yeah, exactly. Just gift a few things, in the end you get stuff. That's exactly it. It's pretty easy. Somewhat an inconvenience, because it just depends on, hopefully the baby Tenno or whoever doesn't want the most expensive things out there.
One must take pleasure in one's work. Now you serve a purpose. Meet.
I'm not gonna lie, I really like Uriel. Oh my god, I said his name right. Yeah, I really like Uriel. He's very quickly becoming one of my favorite frames. I forgot to press spacebar.
Behold, your ruin.
Oh man, a melee ribbon mod.
This demon, this grossling, it mocks us with all its greed. It must be vanquished, for decency's sake.
This. I admit, I am having trouble discerning where its origins might lie in my memories.
I do not know which is more troubling, when you can recall or when you cannot.
Need at least more green.
Battle against a powerful foe. It seems Roth got his own hands bloody on occasion.
Stop it! I hate those lights. No, I have to reload. Okay, never mind, it died. You know what? What's funny? My ult used to be actually all white. But every time I used it, it blinded me. So I was like, you know what? Let me not have a bright colored energy. Because that will be hell. Because it used to be like a more silver color. Because I made him very monochrome. Yeah, no, that didn't work out very well to do it that way. Do I have the Uri or Prex yet? No. This is gonna be my first time actually getting it. Because I didn't, I knew where it was. Vor!
I respect this
Vor!
even if he is a glorified vat rat.
What a waste! Your scar
Come back here! I wasn't expecting you!
once more. You will never find the jealousy from the clutches of its rightful owner.
Where are you? Why are you moving? Why are you running? There you go. Cut to a soundbite of me yelling Vor's name every time he shows up. Oh man, gotta cook dinner? Take care, random! Thank you for stopping by! Bail! Exactly. Vor is my bail, except at least one of them is really epic, and the other one just became a meme. It's up to you to decide which one is which. It's up to you to decide.
Here, I might gather you into my mind, if only for a little. A moment to breathe before we move on, n'est-ce pas?
Rolling restores shields, regenerate energy and health. Wow. I need like none of these because Roth don't give a shit. Or Uriel. Whatever.
We fight on.
Pancake or waffles?
May soul guide you.
No quiero los dos. Huh? Why not both? Why does it have to be one or the other?
Pastures. I fear we have strayed into Roth's adolescence.
Gross. New model, hell yeah! So you're a fence setter? Hell no, I just like fucking food. I'm a fat idiot. If you want to start a war over pancakes and waffles, then you can go suck an egg.
Big on pests.
Suck the fattest of eggs. You know what? I don't like the gun. I don't like it. I don't like it. I thought it would be cool, but it's fine. Oh, sorry, Detri. I forgot to. I'm still working on the model, so a lot of the stuff is not gonna work at the moment. What am I doing? I forgot who was I playing. It's like playing it's like playing Spyro the Dragon. Did I watch the vid I sent that you sent me? I'll be honest with you, I did, but I don't remember. I just remember them kind of like glazing how strong Battlesmith was, and I was like, yeah, I accidentally picked a very meta pick. That was it. I don't remember what it was set though. Folus, what the heck? I just realized what you posted. You know what? This is fine. I expect nothing less from you. Oh man, getting a casting speed on this guy will be very beneficial. 100%. You just said suck an egg? Yeah, but not an eggplant. They're both very different. One is an egg and the other one's a plant. That's the difference.
Deep within Roth's own psyche, we find a shrine to himself. Why am I not surprised?
Son, how are we meant to endure this suffering?
Sense to flee?
Oh god. Oh, the lag.
Oh! One sets foot in the theater of war is this. Those who can are those who survive.
Yeah, I lagged so bad on that one. I don't even know what happened. The lag was strong on that one. Infested Oni! Hey, a resource drop chance booster. Yo, let's go. $75% so helpful. Yeah. Too bad I don't have any other Tau shards. Tau Forge shards for yellow. Just a normal one. So it's not gonna be as cool, but it's gonna work. Oh. Yeah, my computer is like struggling. My computer's like, what are you doing? Playing fucking Doom? Get out of here. And yes, technically, if you squint really hard, this is Doom. I'll tell my kids that this is not Doom. I want them to play the real game. No, I will not tell my kids that this is Doom. I want them to play the real thing. The real thing. Hell yeah. It's Quake. It's Wolfenstein. Oh, thank you, because for some reason I was, oh, because I don't have a demon. There you go, guys, stop dying. You know what? Let me just... There you go. Look at all the... Oh. I don't know if it's green or blue, but it's definitely a color.
I remember this being more of a challenge.
You found a new way to lag the game? Oh my god. Please no. Please no. Do. Did I really need to do that with one enemy left? No. Did I wanted to push the button because of the colors? Yes.
Good.
Leon, when will you like me? Probably never.
Enter. Rest.
Gain 75% heat damage resistance, but all damage taken has 10% chance of inflicting heat status. That's fine. Increase status damage over time by 200%, but gain 50% status vulnerability. Huh. Sure.
If we must.
I have the everything bagel. It should be fine. Oh!
A massacre of targets that do not fight back. Familiar. The only problem is narrowing it down.
Oh! Do I have to be on horse? My horse. My horse is amazing. Does this imply that technically he knows what Duviri is? I mean, it is a book, so I guess. I guess that makes sense.
Chase the drone, catch the drone. Did the devil play children's games once? Long ago.
Where Musume intensifies, oh my god.
To D Vin jump scare. Just kidding. Hello, Vind. Looking great in D. Love the Christmas outfit. After all, 'tis the season to spread some jolly destruction in Warframe.
Exactly. Exactly. Nothing's more Christmassy than chaos and destruction. Directed by Michael Bay. Indeed. Ballas's thingy gets pulled by 2. Oh yeah! I forgot about Ballas's egg.
As it seems. Be watchful.
I can't believe I forgot about Ballas's egg already. Good, I want to keep forgetting it.
Feast of flesh for Golfgor.
You saw the live notification earlier, but you didn't when we were expecting a 2D model. How's Warframe treating you? Warframe's been treating me finally kind of well. After all this time, finally got the, oh gosh, what is it called? I finally got, Frost's blueprint, so I'm finally cooking him. Yes. Other than that, just doing my usuals, though I lagged so bad, like, coming over here. You see that? You see that lag? It's a me, Mario. It's fine. It is what it is. I have no idea what's causing the lag. Maybe it's the new 2D model. Maybe my computer can't handle pictures. It can only do my 3D model now.
Tinkering with forces they clearly did not understand. What unholy project sealed this onto your psyche, Rose?
Soul has fled from this place. These memories, the luminaries, cannot help us here.
That was a bit like your luminaries were never real. And if they were, they would have turned their faces from us in disgust.
Taking an AM4. I'm taking this as my souvenir. It's time to evolve past 2D, 3D. It's time for a 4D model? Oh my god.
You may yet avoid it. Trust in your training.
Teshin, why are you suddenly talking to me, homie? This has been Steel Path forever. It's fine. Uncle Teshin's a little tired nowadays. I'm glad I'm not the only one. heck yeah, you gotta go in between floors with an amphor, then just chuck it at enemies, because it's funny. Or a power cell, exactly. Anything that you have that you can grab, it's your souvenir. Am I rothing? Is it rothing? Is it roth time? Is it rothable?
Back for more.
Yeah. It's like,
Yes,
where is it?
I get the
There it
feeling
is.
we have only
Thank you.
begun to scratch the surface of what was hidden away.
Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, like, how the fuck are you supposed to know it's right there? You know what I mean? Like, it was so hidden. Yeah, but thank you. That's why I immediately turned around and tried to look for it. Meow. Woo. Yeah, thank you for marking him, because that is impossible for me to see.
Concept you could embody that is grander than me.
Man, you guys were so cool. You did that so fast. I just kind of watched the whole thing.
Bless this willing sacrifice.
Nicely done.
Hell yeah. If the rules still apply. Oh my god. Oh hey, the Arbiter of Hexus is maxed out. Nice. I had the second best damage? Pfft, you're just bragging, Mercy. You're just like, I'm still cool. I did a lot of healing, but I did press 2 a lot. Yo, let's go! Thank you. Alright, let me leave squad real quick. Let me head over to Deimos, and then let me, see if I can get anything cool.
Can you imagine my excitement to learn this place had a butler? Only to be matched by my dismay when I discovered it was Lloyd.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize he was talking shit about Lloyd. Bro, what did Lloyd do to you? He's just a guy trying his best. I mean, poor Lloyd. Poor Lloyd. Oh my god. That's you know what? You are an Oregon, but like jeez Louise. Oh my god. Okay, how many do I need? I have 3. I need 21, so 17. Okay,
However,
I need 17.
I believe you murdered the last Orokin who tried that.
No, wait.
So we'll skip that
17.
part if
That's
it's
yeah.
concerned to you.
18. I don't know. I don't know how to math today. Yeah. There you go. I was gonna say I don't know how to math.
I bestow this
Had to sit here and literally rack my brain because I was too busy being fucking shocked by that underhand comment. Bro, why you gotta be like that, man? 9 plus 10. Oh, shut up, Stray. You didn't even know the math either. Hell yeah. Okay, cool. Now it's time to put this onto my, what do you call it? My Glaxian, and then, hope that it works. Oh, hey, Nightwave. Oh, okay, cool. How many more levels I need for this?
Steady blade in certain hands extracts a tide
I have a long
of
way to go.
blood and pain.
Oh, complete 3 puzzles in Duviri. Duviri! Ew. Oh, I could do an emote.
That's all we have time for. Hey, dreamers. We are up and ready to party.
Okay, there you go. Yes, I did. I used my fingies.
Cold?
Blue into more blue. Actually, the other one isn't even that blue. All right. You know what? Let me look it up real quick. What's... What was the other thing I wanted to run? Why do I always forget? Spend the platinum to rush Frosty P? No, I ain't gonna spend platinum. Who do you think I am? Oh god, I can't go up that high. Who do you think I am? I'm not gonna spend that much plaid just to rush Frost. Oh heck nah. I'm gonna wait patiently like all of the other nerds because I got a wolf mum and Velimir slowly cooking. Oh yeah, the Perito Rebellion. You know, I don't give a shit that that I mispronounce it. Calling it the Little Dog Rebellion is never not funny to me. Okay. The Little Dog Rebellion is just the funniest thing ever. I feel like you enjoy the parts of Warframe most don't care for. Yeah, because you like Railjack and Duviri. You unironically like Railjack and Duviri, which is like... Why? It's fine. No, it's fine. Though, to be fair, I will admit, Railjack is not that bad.
Here, if you please.
It's just really forgotten. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you.
Marie.
I was wondering if you would come by today.
Well, I did. Oh, I'm back to being broke again. Okay, one day.
Farewell.
The armor stripping on that one. It sounds good on paper, but I have no idea if it's actually good. Oh, yo, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Time for the big sleep. Good night. Good night, Mercy.
C'est la vie.
You should have seen Railjack on launch. Shit was rough. I believe you.
And the caviar for solstice celebrations, Leon. I think it would be quite wonderful. No?
Knowing that we
Whoa, 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 whoa.
like an egg and gutted her for riches?
Would that your words alone could cause me pain, Roth. Though I understand why you seek to cause me strife, and I pity you for it.
What are these exchanges? Oh my goodness.
Albert, 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 what have you been doing down here?
Okay, what is there to get with the valances that I want to get? I guess just purchase a shit ton of lenses. That works. Because let's see, I have Arcane Barrier, Grace, Energize, Avenger, Fury. Thank you for receiving me. How kind of you. Hey, no problem. Don't mind me. I'm just kind of like here. Arachne, Harvey. God, that.
I have always found it rather morbidly fascinating that the more souls who died, the more
maybe trickery. Maybe I can get trickery.
Rather antithetical.
You just bite everything in that? I'm just saying, like, I think I'm just gonna purchase everything here for the sake of just having it, you know what I mean? Like, I guess I'm just overthinking it. Eventually, I'm just gonna own, if I do the event long enough, I can do it with the Burrito Rebellion. No man, free plat? True, but you kind of have to wait after the event to make some plat though. Considering that
I am quite glad I never had to stand against the Tenno. I do appreciate having my limbs attached to my body.
the Nova skin that's on sale right now looks good. All right, let's see.
Don't leave me with them. I might actually go mad.
I always like that when you leave him, he's like, don't leave me with him. Dang. He's always so angry. Alright, let's... out of curiosity, which one's the one on sale? It doesn't even show me. Oh, it's this one. Oh, this one's not bad. I like this one. I have this one too. I love the fact that somebody's like, oh, the skin looks good. And another person's like, hate the skin. Bro, every once in a while, you need to realize that you don't have to voice your opinion at every fucking moment. You do realize this, right?
New alert marked on navigation.
Yeah, the resurgence is actually pretty good. Let's see. I still have my Regal Aya because it is indeed
the Prime Vanguard,
haven't been needed yet. Because let's see, I'm not interested in Ash. I'm not interested in Loki, nor am I interested in Hydroid, but I finally got my Frost, so I'm happy about that. What's the next group? Let me see. But my opinion, yeah, I don't give a shit. There's a time and place to voice your opinion, and it's not immediately after somebody say, I like this, I hate this. Congratulations. Don't rain on someone else's parade as soon as you get a chance to. Let's see. The next one is Harrow, Necros, Ivara, Oberon, Valkyr, Saren, Garuda, and Korra. I might... Ivara's the sleep arrow one, right? The jellyfish? Because, like... Yes, right? Yes. And then Garuda, and well, everybody likes Garuda. So maybe. I don't know. I don't know. That one's kind of rough or tough. I might think about getting the either Garuda or Ivara. I don't think I'm gonna get both. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I'll get both Garuda and Ivara, but it will be kind of cool though. Maybe it's just one or the other. Garuda because she just looks fun to use. But I need more Aya. I only have 10 left now. Oh, wah. So broke. Oh well, it is what it is.
No pressure. But this stuff might not be here next time.
Ivar's the stealth frame? Yeah, that's what I keep hearing. Like, especially if you just wanna put that sleep arrow too. That's why I've been kind of interested in just getting her base form. Because I know her base form is available in the circuit. I just keep forgetting to run the normal circuit because it's Duviri. I'm not a fan of running Duviri. Who is in here anyway? Mesa, Chroma, Atlas. Okay, none of which I'm really interested in. Cool. Oh yeah, Mesa was... I forgot, I'm having Noodle eat Mesa right now. How far are you into it, buddy? Are you done consuming old Mesa? Oh yeah, she gone. Okay, cool. Mesa consumed. She's definitely a blast to play. Switch to her talons, shut your brain off, and go to town. Yeah, that's why it sounds pretty cool. That's why I'm kind of interested in it as well. You know what? Maybe if I'm cool enough, maybe if I'm lucky, which I'm not, I can probably, maybe, possibly, get both Ivara and both Ivara and Ivara and Garuda. Goddammit. Also, I put the throne in the trash. I put the throne in the trash. One day I'll actually decorate this place, but until then, it's in the trash.
Jillian, Lillian, Amirian. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not in a particular rush right now anyways, because I know it's gonna be quite okay. Though, Gyre Prime I might actually farm for, because I've been interested in Gyre too. So, maybe one day. Maybe. You still need to farm Gyre Prime? Same! Actually, you know, speed of which, how many relics do I have for Gyre? Probably not many anymore. Yep. Yeah, I don't have any anymore. Oh. What happened? I used to have so much more. It all disappeared. Oh well. Oh well, that's fine. I thought I had more, but I guess not. Oh, they do use the beds! Oh, Loaf! Oh, I'll move it then, because fuck you, Kalimos. You don't deserve a bed. I don't like you. You don't want to know why I don't like you? Because you belong to Albrecht. And I don't like him. I don't trust any Orican or Orican-related people. I trust none of them. None of them. I know it's ironic given the fact I'm playing as one, but I trust none of them. This is a big ass bed, by the way. This is a big bed. There you go. I didn't realize they actually use it. Do you ever plan on getting Force Syndicates? Nah, I don't really care. I legitimately do not care about having Force Syndicates. So no. I mean, like, what? Like, why does it matter having 4 syndicates? They're all the same. They all do the same thing in the end. They give you mods and relics. Luckily, I do have buddies that actually has the opposite syndicates as me, so it's not like I'm gonna be worried about it. After all, they're all morally questionable. Exactly. What even is Albrecht doing after 1999 quiz? Man said some cryptic shit, shot us, and dipped. Exactly! And then after we saved the proto frames, he's like, love will conquer all. I'm like, bitch, you abandoned a family and a butler. Then you fucked. You ain't know nothing about love, homie. You ain't know nothing about love when you abandoned your family and your boy toy. Like fuck off, mate. Lloyd is in Deimos, literally heartbroken, and his family, though they sure they moved on, but you have to act like therapy for them. It's like, nah, man, you ain't shit, buddy. You ain't shit. You can max them all out and buy relic packs when a new prime arrives? Yeah, I know. I don't feel like doing that, Knack. If that bothers you, then continue to be bothered, because I'm not going to go out of my way to have 4 syndicates. I literally cannot give a shit. It's fine. It's not a big deal. I don't have to get every new prime that comes out. I'll try. But it doesn't mean I'll just go out of my way to get it. It's fine. Lloyd is in tatters because he can't be Albert's boy toy anymore? Yeah. Would rather spend my syndicate sending from Phosphor, need them arcanes, unless that was rhetorical. No, it was rhetorical, actually. But it's okay. I understand that for some reason my sarcasm and my rhetorical questions are a little bit too, literal for some folks who can't keep up. So it's fine. But yeah, I would rather spend my syndicate for Phosphor too, because arcanes is something I definitely want more. 100%. Besides, there's like millions of ways to get relic packs anyways. Because can't you get relic packs through steel... with steel essence? Just buy through Not Teshin? Because we love gambling? True. That is very true. We all love gambling. You're just brutally honest? Something that deserves more appreciation? Yeah, sometimes I feel like I'm a little too brutally honest. Like, it probably just makes some people feel uncomfortable over the fact that I would just, like, bluntly say bullshit. But it's fine. Genshin? Genshin? I just realized I just auto-filled Genshin when it's supposed to be Genshin. God damn it. Wait, how much steel essence do I have? Let's go gambling. Let's just go to 15. Hey Voof, how you doing? Genshin intact. I love Genshin intact. 3 days before Christmas? Heck yeah! I gotta be somewhat festive. It took me a while, but hey, it works. Wow, look at all these Gaia Primes! All of these is just 2 of them. You don't talk anymore, huh? You're just... You know, that's fine. You know what? It's okay. I understand. I can go absolutely broke. Oh no, you can only have 25 up to 25. Oh, okay. Aw, thank you. That's so much seal essence? Yeah, What? What do you guys use your still essence for? Because I clearly don't use it. Alright, let's go Gamba. You barely use it? You barely collect any? Well, you know, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. You haven't played Warframe in a bit? Hey, Warframe is still a fresh game for me, even though I started playing like 7 months ago. Hey, look, Aya! Disgusting. No, go home. God damn it. Well, you know what? It's fine. I'm still getting more relics than Aya. Perfection. Oh, are you not talking to me because I'm an Orican? Or did they or did you know what? It's fine. I'm not interested. Imagine calling Aya in relic packs. Getting Aya in relic packs and calling it disgusting. Disgusting. Look, man. You can farm for Aya. I don't need it wasted on my relic packs. I don't need that shit. Even though I only have 10, so I clearly, well, now 14. But I digress. Besides, Aya is disgusting. What is Aya, anyways? I mean, it looks like a water droplet, but we don't know where it came from.
I didn't hack any of your computer. Or did I?
Hey, this did not help. This did not help whatsoever. Okay, I think I have the Gaia Prime blueprint already, so that's fine. I just need, okay, so I have the systems. I have the no, I don't have the Prime blueprint. I don't have the blueprint. Fuck. No, tits. Okay, let me see. I have the normal Geyer. That's what threw me off. Get out of here. I don't even know how I got you, actually. I legitimately don't. Huh. Okay, well, yeah, I just have that then. Cool. It's gamer Orkin bathwater. Oh, God. Oh, no. Not the Oregon bathwater. That is, well, you know, that explains why it's blue. That really does explain why it's blue. So, you know what? That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Alright, you know what? Alright, Dinglebutts. I think it's I think it's time for me to go ahead and end the stream here. I've yapped for too long. I'm hungry. And I think my computer is slowly dying. So, this will work out very well. Gamer Grill Oregon bathwater. Wait, hold on. Genuinely. Did we ever see a female Oregon? It's always been dudes. Is there any chicks? Wait a minute. Now I'm asking the real questions here. Where's the grills? Oh. I forgot to move. Ugh. God, insert brick noise here. There you go. There you go. There. There. Now you guys can see me up close and personal. Ew. There's a statue one of in the academy? I thought that was an Archimedean. Oh, I guess they only make statues of Oricans, huh? Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think they only make statues of Oricans, but not Archimedeans. Because for some reason I thought it was an Archimedean. It's the 7 statues. Oh! Sorry, I was too busy ignoring the 7 and trying to trauma dump into a Cephalon who asked me to trauma dump, by the way. And then they proceeded to lock me out of a room. Bro was like, "Oh, do you need a trauma dump? It's fine. I'm here. I can listen to everything. It's fine." And then went into a room and locked me out. Yeah, I totally feel cared for, thanks. You know what? I completely forgot about Mom and Grandma in Deimos. I completely forgot about them and Daughter. I forgot they're technically Orican. They're infested Orican, but they're Orican, so they count. That is so true. Wait, are Orican even bound by gender? They keep changing bodies and they got bored, so they presumably just switched around for fun? Yes. I'm gonna say yes. No matter what, gender is involved. It is involved. So I don't care if Roth was a she at one point. Bro is a he at the moment, and that's all that matters. Yeah, you just heard my phone ring. Yeah, you just heard my phone ring. I don't know why. Oh, hey, the other chat is working. Huh. Okay then. Great ringtone, thank you. Thank you. It's a ringtone that I had for years and I refuse to change it. So it's fine. It's fine. Oh yeah. Before I go, I know none of y'all really care, but let me show off the full outfit. Cause look at that. Look at this. Let me zoom way the fuck out. Zoom way the fuck out. Look! I'm adorable! Don't get used to it though. It's red on red on red. But yeah. It's super cute. I am not used to being 2D though. I am not gonna lie, it is kind of like it's still weird. I'm trying to show like the back of my head, but I can't because there's no such thing as a back of the head anymore. I am of the 2D realm. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how to feel about that. I am no longer it's weird, but it's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. I'll get used to it eventually. Next time that I stream, I'm thinking of streaming. I will be streaming again next week or this upcoming week. Yeah. But it's going to be on like Saturday or something because obviously Christmas is coming up. And I know some of y'all shush. And I know some of y'all are actually you know, being bothered by family. So it's always like that. What do you mean I'm always adorable? How dare? This is the only time I'll be adorable. Is when wearing a Christmas outfit. Oh, I forgot that I had a bow. Oh, hold on. I forgot the bow part of the outfit. Hold on, give me a second. I forgot I actually had a bow for the outfit. Oops. Yeah, that's a little awkward. You're always adorable, bruh? How dare? How dare? Who's your modeler? Oh, let me Let me actually be a Chad and link the model. There's two people who worked on the model. Because one is a customize because the model itself is a customizable. What I have, but then I also had somebody else who worked on the outfit itself. Because I'm cool like that. Oh god, that what is that link? Oh, okay. That link is ridiculous. How did this give me? Okay, whatever. It's a really long link because that's just how the copy and paste work. So there you go. It is from the model itself is from these folks right here. Like I said, it is a customizable model, which is super awesome. Because I didn't think that having a 2D model will be cool. So there you go. Oh yeah, you did catch a turtle. Huh. A fish Dawn? I'm not a fish Dawn. Maybe. Probably. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, I guess I'm not allowed to view this. Oh, it's fine.
Guys, this is terrible. How dare we speak facts about Vin to Vind? She's adorable. BTW. Cap it.
How dare. This is why I end stream early. Oh no! I can't find the bow! Okay, you know what? Whatever. Just believe you me, I had a bow. Just believe you me, I had a bow at one point. So like whatever. So like whatever. I had one. I don't know where it is anymore. This is fine. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. I like how you're still trying to get him to ooh-woo. You're in the process of working with an artist for your motto yourself? Let's go! Honestly, like, pre-made models, the customizable pre-made models are, like, in my opinion, like, the way to go. You don't have to worry about spending thousands and thousands of dollars. And you get, like, support for life as long as they're willing to work on the model. And, like, at least with this one, I actually got pretty close to how I normally look like. So I'm I'm genuinely pretty impressed with it. The only thing I have to do personally is just work on the capturing, but I'll get there when I get there. You know what I mean? All right, let's find a nerd to raid real quick. My ooh woo works? True. How dare you make him ooh woo? Bork. Oh, if you want. You don't have to. But I am curious, that's for sure.
Hello there.
The Bork. I know, my dog always be borkin'. Always be borkin'. Alright. Let's see. Let's see if we can raid someone who is currently playing Warframe. I can't. Why isn't Twitch loading? thought I... Oh, the cat is bothering me. Okay. Oh. Oh, this guy just AFK'd. Oh, okay. Are you gonna get a fish outfit for summer? Oh my god. Probably. Okay, it looks like fucking no one's available. What the hell is going on here? Okay, I guess I'm just doomed. Every time I choose somebody, they're just not there. We got shrimp, good enough. Yeah, that's right. Y'all got a shrimp. There. You want fish? There's fish. There you go. I'll even zoom in on the fish. There. Get fished. Get fished. As I'm looking for someone to raid real quick. Hey Willow, how you doing? Oh, you came during the end of my stream. I'm so sorry. I was just looking for somebody to raid real quick. Oh, hey. Okay, there you go. I found a baby Tenno. Alright, guys. I found a baby Tenno. So I'm gonna go ahead and raid this lovely person here. Just hit MR5. So y'all be nice. Don't overwhelm her with everything. Let's watch like 90% of people not go join the raid because y'all are mean. It's fine. Alright, everybody. Thank you for stopping by. I super appreciate it. Thank you. I will go ahead and release a schedule for this week. It's probably not going to be that many streams because, you know, Christmas is happening. But I will say, of course, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everybody. Y'all take care. And I'll see y'all later. Bye-bye.